coming in. And oh my God, I just realized something. I did say if you wanted me to call you when this show gets started to hit me up at my email with your phone number. So I'm checking right now. Did anybody hit me up that wanted me to? I mean, I always call y'all back anyway, but if, ahead of time, if you wanted me to call. And no one did. Okay, so hopefully y'all call. The phone line is not open yet, even though I have the number up there. Just call, and if you call, I'll just call you back. All right, so I guess you could say this is sort of part 3 to the Tyler Perry conversation. Okay, so, and it's hot. I am sweating. I know y'all see it. Okay, but we shall go on. So, I didn't want to be disorganized because there's a few things to say, but I'm not going to keep repeating myself. I said what I said. There are some people who said, oh, I think you black women missed the point. Like, I know I did not miss the point. We heard what he said and we gave our opinion. I know it's deeper than just a light bill. It's about being with men who you have to pay split bills with. Here's the thing, and I have some things to say. That's not going to work for a woman like me that does not want to work. Now, I can work, but no, I don't want to work when I'm married. I want the option to, because I'm not going to lie. I do have things I like to do. I have business ideas. Yeah, I can do something from the house, an at-home business, something I work on, but I want the option to work. So you can't sit up here and say, how do I say this? You're either going to work or you not, really, or you have the option. And that's all it is. If you are a woman who knows you don't want to work, at least when you get pregnant and start having kids, you don't want to work no more. You want to be with your children. You want to be at the house. You don't always want to be stuck in the house. You want to go out and still enjoy your life. But if you know that, people really need to stop trying to force this on women. This is reality. If I don't want to work, I'm not doing 50-50. Because that would mean I would have to go bust my ass too and pay bills. I'm not going to have no man pressuring me for rent. I want to get pregnant, marry, preferably, of course. Shit, I got to make sure I have a healthy pregnancy. Would I look like working 8 months pregnant and stuff? I don't think so. I am traditional. I'm going to keep a beautiful home. You will have your meals cooked. You will have a beautiful home. I do the womanly, wifely duties at the house. I don't have a problem with that if you are bringing home the bacon and we are making love to each other every week and it's damn good and we happy. Is that a problem? So, 1 minute men want traditional women. Then when a woman says, well, I don't want to work. Oh, you got to work. See, this conversation, if he can pay the light bill, means you work. Because who else is footing the bills? Who else is paying the mortgage? He paying the light bill. Like I said in my last live, if that man is only paying a light bill, then that means you're paying the mortgage, you're paying for the groceries, you're paying for your gas, you're paying for your hospital visits, you're paying for the kids' clothing, you're paying for your clothing and necessities. Even his going to the barbershop or getting his hair cut. You are doing everything. So what do you need a man for? Oh, for someone to lay with you in the bed and give you some penis? And is he even hitting that right? Half of them don't. So what is going on here? I'd rather be single than have to pay for a man, pay for some. You really a sugar mama, a married sugar mama. Like I said. Like, what do you need a man for if you're doing everything? If you're doing everything, what is he there for? Oh, he held my hand and he told me I was pretty and he said he loved me. I got questions for y'all that's going to be put up on the screen. So for people who are not familiar with what happened, I got a few things to show before y'all start calling in. Okay, let's see. Let's see what I'm going to show first. Let's have a recap again of what Tyler Perry said. And I also want to show some other videos real quick too. So let me see. Where do I start? Oh, before I show the Tyler Perry video, I just stumbled across this video on TikTok, and I said, I have to share this. I just have to share it.
Because I had to block some of my favorite creators for some of the misogynoir. This week in Black social media has really chapped my ass. And it's making me sad because I had to block some of my favorite creators for some of the misogynoir they've displayed regarding this whole Sexy Red and Dana Dane situation. I just want y'all to admit that y'all don't like black women and leave it at that. Y'all don't like ratchet black women, but you also don't like classy black women. You don't like suburban girls, but you also don't like girls from the city. You don't like college-educated black women, but you also don't like black women who didn't go to college. You don't like accomplished black women, but you also don't like black women who don't do a damn thing. Y'all don't like single mothers, but you also hate childless black women. Y'all don't like single black women. And hell, some of y'all don't even like the women that you're married to. At this point, black women, I implore you, do whatever the hell you want to do, because there ain't nothing outside of death that can make these people happy with us.
Did she really lie? Did she lie? You know, especially it hit me when she said childless black women. I don't have children. And some men think something's wrong when you don't. And it's like, well, first of all, and I've seen a lot of men assume, oh, she must have had abortions. I ain't never had no abortion. You know, they always assume you couldn't be responsible. Or you just, didn't end up pregnant. It just didn't happen. Or I didn't meet a man I felt who was worthy enough to be the father of my children. You just expect us all to have babies and stuff. And it don't mean we don't want children. Yeah, with the right man. The right man. Okay, so she said a mouthful that is definitely true. Hey, softer side of CC. She said some things that's true. So let's look at the original video that had a lot of us talking with Tyler Perry.
But I will. In our society right now, black women are making a lot more money for the most part than black men. Right? There are a lot of black men who are successful, but for the most part, black women are making the money. So if you can find love, if that man works, at whatever job, and is a good man and is good to you, and honors the house and honors his wife and does what he can, because his gift may not be your gift.
Exactly.
That is okay. That's not somebody who's beneath you.
Yeah.
That's somebody who came to love you at your worth, right?
Yes.
And as long as he's secure in himself to know that, yep, she makes most of the money, all I can pay is the light bill. As long as she's comfortable enough to say, I'm going to cover the mortgage and all the other stuff, you handle the light bill, baby, you can take me to dinner every now and then. That is fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
But that's so hard for a lot of people to take in, because that means, no, I need somebody who is, they need to make 5 times more, and I got to have, well, you keep your list, baby.
Yeah.
God bless you. Hope it happens.
I gotta say something. A lot of black women do not have a list that is unrealistic. A number don't. A number of them are taking what they could get. A number of them are taking care of black men. A number of them are dating black men who ain't got nothing. A number of them, and it still ain't working out. A number of them. Is it, if I say I want a man, if I said I want a man who's 6 feet tall, so what? I'm 5'9". Yeah, that's nothing for me. I am 5'9". So yeah, I can say I want a man that's 6 feet tall. So what? I've dated shorter men. I prefer, at least I could do 5'8.5", but I would prefer at least 5'9" and up. But that don't mean I couldn't date a shorter man. I've done it, So, I don't want him to smoke. No, you're not going to give me lung cancer, and you don't need lung cancer either. No smoking. I don't want my house and my clothing and my hair smelling like cigarettes. I don't like it. I don't want you smoking. If you do smoke, don't do it around me and don't come in the house with it. But, no jail record. Is that a problem? A decent job. A lot of black women ain't asking for nothing that's a miracle. A lot of what other races of women are getting For some black women, that would be a miracle for them to get. And that's a shame. You know, they make it sound like black women are asking, what he said, making $500,000. Child, please. Most black women know black men do not make that much money like that. They always have to exaggerate things. They always try to make it sound like the black woman is like some spoiled brat asking for so much that's unattainable. No, they're not, man. And y'all gonna stop it with those lies. Okay? If a lot of black women are making, there was a man who said to me, oh, well, black women still make less than black men. Yeah, but black women are more employed than black men. Okay? If a black woman makes $50,000, if she wants a man making $60,000, $70,000, that's not rich. But to y'all, it is. I already said a mouthful in the first video. Y'all want black women to settle for scraps and just be happy with it, with no plan to fix the future generations. Just be happy with what you can get if you just want a black man that bad. Then you gonna settle. And I said that before. That actually is reality. And that a number of them are not on a program or on a mission to get better or to change for y'all. They talk about black women like a dog. Like a dog. I see it on here all the time. I see it on TikTok. They make it sound, what? Like you should be begging for that? Or grateful? Or want to join in with a group of men who talk about y'all like this? Disrespectful. I'm serious. Disrespectful. And the ones who even try to come off like they got sense, highly disrespectful men. A number of them are nasty, mean, nasty talking. I see it all the time. I don't want you. So let's continue with this video.
Don't keep your list. But when you talk about just someone to love you and support you, I know people who whose men can't touch what they make. But when you see them together, that love, that support, that I got you, babe, it's a beautiful thing.
It is.
Yeah,
It is.
yeah.
I remember I was having a conversation with you and I was going, I can admit that I had fallen under that, like, okay, I actually may have misunderstood what meet me at my worth meant. I thought meet me at my work was meet me at my net worth.
My net worth, right. No, not your net worth.
Right.
At least meet me at my net worth. Yeah,
Okay,
no, that's your net worth. Yeah.
And I was talking to you, I was like, and Tyler, I was like, this, and this, and I've done this, and you're like, wait. Stop. He was like, don't make it about money. And this is when I was like, oh my gosh. Like, it was like it just went off and I was like,
Like I said before, for a relationship to work, it can't just be about money, but money is a factor to everything. His character, his personality, we have to get along first for it even to work. I have to like you and you like me. Personality, character, but also realistically, how much do you make? How much do I make if I work? Where are we going to live? Where are our children going to be raised? What kind of school they're going to? What can we and what can we not afford? Because my life is going to be determined by this and my children. So don't sit up here and tell me that money has nothing to do with our life. And there was a black person in my comments section. Y'all love to do that guilt trip where you said, well, see, when you're sick, who gonna take care of you? That's what matters. So you're telling me that only a man that can take care of me when I'm sick is a broke man? That my well-off man cannot take care of me? Yeah, your poor man can't even afford to buy medicine or the medications you need to get better, if that in some cases. But I get what you're trying to say, but why do y'all imply that if a man has money and is doing well, that the broke, poor one is the one that's going to rub my head and make me some soup and love me and dote on me? I can have that with a well-off man too. But y'all love to play that poverty shit, that game, that mental game to guilt women. Y'all love to make it sound like having a man that's established, that actually loves you, that dotes on you, that gives you affection, that hits it right, that takes care of his children is some type of abnormal thing that's you reaching too high. No, the broke man who ain't got nothing to offer can offer his heart and give you more and take care of you. You can have that with a man who got his stuff together too. It's just their way of trying to have a poverty mindset. I got some things to say. This is just the beginning, y'all. I'm not too riled up, but I got some things to say still. Yeah, Anna Bentley can't pay the hospital bills either. I mean, it happens, but shit. I mean, just the way a lot of black people, y'all always talk about the state of black America and being poor. But then when someone says that money is important, oh no, it's about how you feel. It's just money. But then you complain all the time. You live a miserable life because you don't have money to buy what you want. You can't go where you want. You can't fix up your house the way you want. You can't pay off your student debt the way you want. You can't pay off your hospital bills or get to certain medications because your insurance. You can't buy the foods you want that's healthier. You can't do a lot of shit because you ain't got no money. So don't sit up here and tell me that money don't help a person's life. Please. Stop playing these games. That doesn't mean that it makes somebody better than somebody. It doesn't mean that, that can replace someone having a horrible personality or something. No. But y'all gonna stop. Okay? Y'all gonna stop. All right, so let me continue. Sorry, y'all. The video is just about over in 30 seconds. Okay, hold on.
See what you're saying. You were like, Chris, I used to do the same thing. I would be doing all these things for someone or people around me. And I'm like, I'm not getting anything in return, And we fall into that sometimes. And you said, but then I thought about it. They can't do for me the way I do for.
No.
It's just they can't. No. When you explain it like that, if he is giving you all these other things, then that's something you work with. Like, wow, this is way deeper.
Yeah, you got to remove the money from the situation because it's just going to cloud it. Mm-hmm. And then you have your girlfriend and this friend there saying, "Hey, he doing this and he ain't got that." And you don't.
Let me tell you something again. No woman that's feminine will ever be happy paying all her man's bills. In the pit of her soul, she has turned the F off. And it's going to cause attraction issues. You ain't going to tell me that I got to reach in my wallet every time something's due and I'm supposed to be turned on by this man and I'm footing the bills. You can miss me with it. There ain't no way in the hell I would be turned on by that at all. Only a masculine woman is okay with that type of relationship, and only a feminine man is okay with that too. Period. I don't give a damn what you say. Now, if you want to do 50-50, that's up to you. Everybody's version of what is good money is completely different. It depends on what you live. It depends on what you want. Everybody's definition is different, but you can miss me with it, baby. You can miss me with it. There ain't no way in the hell I would be feeling like a woman knowing that I'm paying most of these bills. No way in hell that's happening. I would be disgusted. I wouldn't even be entertaining a man like that anyway. I'm turned off. Turned the hell off. And what happens when you don't want to work no more? You think some of these men gonna let you do that? They gonna dump you, replace you, or start complaining. You was paying the bills before. You ain't have a problem with 50-50 before. These bills is due. I can't do it all. You agreed to it. What you mean you don't want to work no more? Baby, I'm tired. I can't do it. I'm tired. I'm overworked. I'm pregnant. I don't want to work anymore. I'm just tired of this. I want to rest. You can't rest. That's your life. That's what it will be for a number of you. So let me show you another video. I'm going to be quiet and just play these clips and then give my opinion. Let's see what's next. Okay. There was a woman. Hold on for a second.
So nice countries.
All right. This woman up here, she says, why is the divorce rate so high with Middle Easterners? She said, just like we saw, like the West. Well, this woman explained because there are men who really believe that women were always super happy when they were forced to get married or had to get married in the 50s. Now, I support marriage. I'm for marriage. But listen to what she says. So she's saying, why is the divorce rate so high with Middle Easterners these days, just like those in the West? Okay, here it is.
Like America, when the women became independent is when the family structures collapsed.
You know what I find interesting? Y'all have yet to ask, what have men done to make women want to escape from the nuclear family as soon as they were given the opportunity? As soon as women were given the opportunity to leave and not be married and choose to live a life without a man, they took it. And instead of saying, why are you guys leaving? Why don't you ask, what have men done? Just like you said, sis, as soon as women were able to become independent and did not need a man, they took that opportunity. Women are just saying no. They're simply just saying no. If I don't want to have to deal with a man, I don't have to. And back then, I feel like you guys don't understand and you guys can't grasp that women had to. Now, today, women have choices. And a lot of women are choosing no. And this is why we have these big old podcasts. This is why we have all this stuff going on where men are just leaving nasty comments and weaponizing women's age, trying to scare them into marrying them because they think that men are just going to somehow leave them in the dust when men are going out alone more than ever. I 100% love marriage. I think the nuclear family is a beautiful thing, but I'm also 100% with women doing what they think is best for them. And some women think that not being married and not having children is what's best for them. And I support them 100%. I support the girls who want a family, want to get married. I support the girls who don't. And for some reason, you guys just don't want women to have that option to not get married and not have children. Like, women are not centered around men the way they used to be. Get over it. Like, it's like the world is throwing a big temper tantrum that women have choices now. Get over it. Jesus.
That was funny at the end. You know, I support marriage and all of that, but it's true. A lot of women, I think a lot of women still want to get married. They're just not settling. They're just not settling because they're miserable. They're miserable. They feel pressure from their family. They get married. Some have gotten married. They weren't attracted to that man. They weren't happy. They weren't even compatible. A lot of women were bound to stay in unhappy marriages. Times are different. I mean, I believe that a lot of women who are single, who are dating, who don't make marriage a priority, I think if they met the right man who was right for them, I think they would get married. They're not meeting them. And that's also the issue. Or, I've seen a lot of women who were in very unhappy marriages all over TikTok saying they'll never get married again. Now, I'm not going to judge the next man from the next man that I talk to, but you have a lot of men who aren't ready for marriage, a number of them, who disrespect, who aren't good husbands, a number of them. And you do have women who just don't want to get married, but back in the day, you would be shamed to death if you didn't want to, especially by your family. But nowadays, a lot of women they've given up on love because they ain't find it. They just don't care anymore. A number of women just F it. I'm going to live my life. I'm going to make my money. I'm going to travel. If I meet the man, okay, I'm with it. I'm blessed. I'm happy. If I don't, I guess I'll just have to live with it, or I just live with whatever. That's how a lot of women are now. The way these men are acting up over here is very unattractive. The stank attitudes, the entitlement, the lack of lovemaking they refuse to do, a number of them. Believe me, I read the comments of shocking things of many women who are not even being taken care of in that way. By their men, their husbands, the selfishness, the cheapness, the hatred a number of men display towards women. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. She this, she that. Just get your ass on somewhere. Little boy, I need a man. Where are the masculine men at? I'm tired of these feminine men running around. And then some of their ideas of masculinity is being abusive. It's craziness. Okay, let me show you, I think, 2 more videos, and then I'm going to put the questions up.
Black women's expectations are too high and that they should settle for less. I have stayed silent on this bullshit that Tyler Perry was saying about how Black women's expectations are too high and that they should settle for less. And the reason that I've stayed silent on it because I'm not a Black woman. I shouldn't speak on Black women or on behalf of Black women. But these broke ass dudes who are using what he said as justification as to why they don't date Black women and putting Black women down and wanting Black women to accept less than they deserve is pissing me off so much that I have to say something. Now, although I am not Black, I grew up in the Black community. Most of my friends are Black. My fiance is Black. And I have many amazing friends that are these powerful Black women that are just killing in the game. The issue I have with Tyler Perry saying that the reason Black women don't have a man is because they are requiring a man to make $500,000 a year and they should settle for a guy that can pay the light bill is such a disgrace to Black women. And here's why. In order for Black women to get to the point where they are super successful and they're killing the game, they've had to work 10 times as hard as everybody else. And now to turn around and say that this woman who has so much ambition, this woman who had to work her butt off to get to where she is, now has to settle for some broke ass dusty dude who can only pay the light bill. I mean, really, the light bill, like less than $100 a month, is just absolutely egregious. Because what it does is it puts the onus on Black women saying that, oh, you just have to accept less. What you want is just too much. Instead of putting the onus on Black men and saying, hey, why don't you level up? Why don't you better yourself so a Black woman who is successful would want you? Instead of doing that, he puts it on Black women, which is something that society has done throughout history. The other problem I have with his stupid rant is the way he's characterizing Black women when he says,
they need to make 5 times more, and I got to have. Well, keep your list, baby.
Yeah.
Are you really characterizing Black women that way? I mean, you're making a mockery of Black women and you're making them a caricature. Is that the way Black women speak? I don't know why I'm surprised, because this is a dude who's made his career basically making a caricature of Black women. So to Tyler Perry and all those broke ass dusty dudes who are supporting what he says, get a life. Because the only reason you're supporting what Tyler Perry says is because you are a dusty broke dude. You don't have shit and you don't want to come up in life and you want to blame other people for the reason that they won't go out with you. You have absolutely no right to put Black women down and tell them that they should settle for some dude who can only pay the light bill. Damn light bill. I mean, really, light bill? Is that all he's gonna pay?
Of paying a mortgage and that I can only do a light. If I were a Black man, I would be absolutely confused at Tyler Perry, because what are you doing right now, sir? Why are you trying to say I'm not capable of paying a mortgage and that I can only do a light bill? That's essentially what he's saying. Forget Black women, needing to be humble, I don't subscribe to that. Like, if I hear someone say that, that's none of my business. Like, that's really none of my business. What we need to focus on is why Tyler Perry thinks that Black men can only do light bill. Like, every day, there's a new thing Black women should put up with. I'm so sorry. I'm someone's child too. Listen. I did not go down to Philadelphia to get my degree from the University of Pennsylvania to come and handle mortgage for someone to then say they love me so much they could pay a $200 light bill for me. Oh, thank you, sir. Oh, sir, why ya dear part? Thank you so much for this light bill that you paid. What? I'm somebody's child too. Hey, don't my parents love me? Why would I put up with such a thing? My parents love me. He is really trying to speak to the characters of his movies, because who are you saying that to? Not me. I am loved.
She definitely has an African accent, and I wasn't aware that African men were not wanting to pay bills. I don't know. Maybe some of them are like that, you know. Something that she said is that every day is something new. And I have to say it's so true, because I just find it funny how Black men got defensive about this topic. Like, you need to go 50-50. I'm like, I thought y'all said that Black women were not good for marriage, to leave us, go overseas. The wigs, your weight, you're educated or you're not educated. You, just like that woman said in the beginning, you got kids, you don't have kids. Oh, you want me to look nice and smell good? Oh, you want this? You want to be courted? No, this and that. No. 50 reasons why they've been saying not to choose American Black women. Now, all of a sudden, this 50-50 thing. Oh, no, why can't you pay the light bill? Didn't you say you was leaving and you don't even like Black women? Now, all of a sudden, no, I need you to pay them bills. I mean, seriously. Okay. So it's like 1 minute they talking junk all the time. I mean, they don't say that about every Black woman, but a hell of a lot, a majority. And then the next minute it's something else. Then it's this, then it's that. Then I need you to pay rent. Then it's this. Oh, I don't want you. I want to go to Thailand and Cuba. Then it's this. I'm turned off. I don't know about some of y'all out there, but I know I'm turned off. I've been turned off 13, 14 years ago. But seriously. Okay, and the last video that I want to show you.
Negative stereotype. All the imagery that he shows of Black women is always damaging. He has a weird fixation with seeing Black. Tyler Perry hates Black women, and you can't convince me otherwise. His depictions of Black women constantly reinforce negative stereotypes. All the imagery that he shows of Black women is always damaging. He has a weird fixation with seeing Black women struggle. I just feel like he does what most Black men do when it comes to Black women, which is use us. Use and abuse us, child. That's literally all he does. He also panders to cishet Black men. Old school cishet Black men at that. Almost like the type of man that he wishes that he was. It's weird as fuck. Like, that's where that whole Medea caricature comes from, because he's making fun of us for real. He really don't fuck with us. That's the sad part. Like, he claims that he grew up with a lot of Black women, and so that's where he gets his inspiration for the Medea character or what have you. I personally think that he resents Black women. He resents the lack of men that was in his life. This man really told Black women that we need to be okay with a man only being able to afford the gas bill. Like, what? Tell me that your mammy was a pick-me without telling me that your mammy was a pick-me. No other demographic of people encourage their women to settle for less. Be with a man that can barely afford to take them out and pay the damn bills. Like, be fucking for real.
Okay, y'all heard that. So I'm gonna call somebody back, but I have one last thing to show before I ask you some questions on the screen for you to call in. These are my points I want to make. Just the things I've seen. Hey, Poseidon McTow, just the things I've seen online, looking through comments and all this, things under my videos. I have these small little points to make to the women, because I've seen women defending this now. There was some women trying to argue with us saying, y'all just missed the point. That's the problem. No, I didn't miss the point. I heard what he said. Here's the thing. Now, these are my points. It's not what he says. It's what he does. It's not what a man says. It's what he does. His actions. I'm going to do this, babe. I'm going to do that. Okay, and how you going to do it? Tell me. What do you plan on doing to do it? And when you going to do it? Because this is not a game to me. Are you talking or are you going to do? It's not what a man says, it's what he does. Now, saying, when they say, because this woman, well, when I asked her, how are you building? If you pay everything, majority of the bills, what is there to build on if he has nothing? What are you building? You end up pregnant by him. You taking care of that damn baby. You the one buying the formula, the the Pampers, taking care of everything and cleaning and cooking and working. So what's being built? He stayed there. You built a family because he stayed. What's being built? Like I said, my greatest example is if I got married and my husband and I make a YouTube channel that's monetized and we make money together doing that. Okay, we built something, a company, something. That's building. If he just says stuff, you're dating a guy and he says, I'm doing this, I'm going to do that. Okay, she said when she couldn't answer that, she told me, well, you can encourage him. Okay, you can talk all day long to a man. And the average man don't even like a woman telling him what to do. They catch an attitude. I'm a man. I know what I'm doing. If you know what you're doing, then why aren't you doing? If you know so much, why aren't you doing something? If that's the case, they don't want you saying nothing to them. So shut up, sit back, date other men, and see what he does. And then they get resentful and say, well, she wouldn't F with me because I ain't have nothing. But now I do, and I hate all black women now. Like Mike Jones. Back then, they didn't want me. Now I'm hot. You want me. It's funny that other races of men come up and get their shit together, and they still marry their own race of women, a number of them. But y'all hold something against the black woman holding you accountable and holding you to something and wanting you to be better. And not wanting to put her life on the line by possibly ending up pregnant by you, and you ain't doing shit or showing shit. Get your shit together, then come back to me. Is that a problem? Now, it's different if the man is in school. You know he doing something. He in school. You know this. But even then, he can always dump your ass, especially if you end up pregnant. I mean, yeah, a man can get married and still do you wrong, but at least there's a guarantee with something y'all married. I mean, you just dating the dude. He could easily get that degree and say, you know what? I ain't effing with you no more. Thanks for the support, babe. Got a lot of women interested now. I'm about to make this money. I'm looking good. I don't want you no more. You was loyal. You was good. You was supportive. But bye, baby. On to the next. Thanks for your investment, boo. And all of that. A lot of you are giving treatment to boyfriends like he's your husband and you're not getting wiped up. And then you're settling for it. If you don't want to get married, say that. But a lot of you do. And then you end up just lying and accepting being his baby mama, giving up hope, and all that other stuff. And then these same men talk about y'all for having their kids and not holding him to something. The coochie was easy. Punani easy. They just busting it out, giving babies everywhere. Y'all effed up the community. And if you hold it off and say, I ain't giving you no punani until you step up, and they don't do it because I'm oppressed, then what? You see what I'm saying? These mind games they play. All right, so next, shut up about oppression if money don't matter. To the black people coming up on my page who believe that money doesn't matter at all, shut up about being oppressed then. Because y'all damn sure can go on and on for days about the white man and how the black community lacks funding and resources because we ain't got no money because of oppression. Well, you need money to build businesses. You need money to build buildings and have an infrastructure. You need money to sustain a community. So you can shut up telling me money is not important in anything because you damn sure complain about oppression every week on TikTok. And that money matters all of a sudden when you're talking about the white man and racism and how your race can't build shit because you ain't got no money. Well, it's the same thing with a family. Your family, as some say, is like a business too. Your family unit. You ain't got no money, y'all ain't gonna have certain stuff. But y'all try to normalize having a poverty mind or being poor and suffering and your kids suffering. And I'm not saying it don't happen. It's life. It happens. But, being comfortable and trying to make it sound like it's strength and this is being black and, all that other stuff. You talk all that, but you can talk about the white man when you're ready to be mad and talk and about money and stuff. So don't tell me money don't matter in anything, but yeah, you complain about oppression and the state of the black race. The state of the black race is the way it is because there's no money circulating in it to uphold businesses. That's the problem, one of them. And beyond money, it's a character morality issue going on. It's a culture problem that no one can fix except black people. And a lot don't want to fix it. Y'all don't. Y'all love filth. I was going to make a whole video on that. The fact that Sukihana and Sexy Red has blown up because of black people tells me enough. Their whole career is getting big because of y'all putting them on the damn Shade Room every damn week and talking about them. You making them famous, but you ain't making Coco Jones famous. No, y'all won't do that though, but you can make Sexy Red famous and Sukihana fixated on them like you ain't never seen ratchet ass black women before talking about penis all the time. Get out of my face with the hypocrisy and the bull crap. Y'all make them famous. Not everybody up on here, but you get what I'm saying? Because the black community loves filth. And I ain't saying they completely filthy. It ain't nothing wrong with a woman being comfortable in her sexuality. It ain't nothing wrong if you want to please your man. It ain't nothing wrong with talking dirty to your man in private. But y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. Okay. Next point. I actually got this from another woman on TikTok. She might have been on TikTok. She said her father said this to her. And I said, damn, this is so true. She said her father told her, a man will always bring you to his level. And like I said, when Pastor Manning said the black woman's life is in the hands of the black man, any man you're with, if you're not going to work, if you don't want to work, your life is in his hands. Wherever he's at in life is where you will be. And what affects him affects you. If you were a woman making $100,000 and you decide to marry a man making $50,000 and you don't want to work anymore, you now live off $50,000. So whatever house you had that the mortgage was all expensive, sell the house because he can't afford it. You gonna go live in a $50,000 worth house or something, which is hard as hell today. You going to live completely different because now you on his level. So remember that. Whatever happens, you will be on his level. Whatever his life is like will be your life because you're joined with him and your children now. That's reality. Okay? I already said this before today. A poor man is not the only one who can truly love you. That whole, well, when you get sick, it don't matter about money. Why are you mixing money in with a man being able to take care of his sick wife? A man with money can also take care of his sick wife and love on her and kiss on her and make the soup. Okay, stop it. Romanticizing poverty. I'm so sick of it. And lastly, will he want to move up if you accepted him low? You got a number of men who feel if you're effing with me, you're giving me the punani, you had my baby, you dated me and I was at this level. Well, why do I have to move up if I was good enough for you to F with to begin with? You know, a lot of men get irritated when women tell them what to do. If you're dating a man and you are at a different level than him financially and in your career, and you start he's going to say you're nagging him. You don't think I'm good enough. When you are saying, you know, what you don't like. Hold on for a second. Let me see if my questions is up here. Got a problem. Where the hell are my questions? Hold on now. Hold on. I had 6 questions. Where the hell is my questions? Hold on, because I don't know where my questions are. What the hell happened? What I'm going to do, I'm going to call someone back while I still find my questions. And I'm going to put these questions on the screen. I'm going to put the questions on the screen. Okay? But y'all know what the topic is for tonight about Tyler Perry. So I know y'all got opinions about it. So, okay. Let me call this person back. Give me a second. Hold on, okay? I am calling 718 back. (718) It's hot as hell in here. I'm serious. Hello? Hello? Uh-oh. Hello? 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 Hey, girl. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Say something. Let me see if I can hear you in the microphone.
Microphone check 1 2 1 2.
Okay, I can hear you good. Y'all will let me know in the chat if you can hear her. Okay, so what's your opinion about Tyler Perry?
My opinion is that for some reason, black people, not all of them, but a lot of them in entertainment industry, that not only in the entertainment industry but has large platforms as well. It's almost like they call some freaking meeting and say, hey, let's get together and start on this narrative and just hammer it home as hard as we can to let them know that, no, you can't leave and don't even think about it. It's just like Celie in The Color Purple. You know, Mr. would do everything he can to keep her in the state of mind that you ugly, don't nobody want you, you can't go nowhere, you can't do nothing, and you ain't gonna never have nothing. It's like a generational thing. And it seemed like the modern day black people in the entertainment industry have gotten together and said, hey, let's push this narrative. And I'm going to run down just a couple. One with Tiffany Haddish. Now, you had her almost blow up her whole career over some type of crazy child molestation or whatever her and Aries Spears was caught up in. You know, you got her, almost blew up her career behind that, and to come off of that whole fiasco, and then to jump on the narrative about black women need to accept homeless men, I'm like, what the hell is what? Like what? Like I don't understand it, and it makes me crazy. And I, for one, was caught up in that without even knowing it because I grew up like that. You know, I'm not a millennial. I'm older. But I just remember my mother and my grandmother being blatantly mistreated by black men. And it would be black man after black man after black man. And so as a young girl growing up, seeing this through my mother and my grandmother, I'm like, okay, when I get up, when I become a woman, here's what I'm not going to accept. And these are things that I was saying to myself. I'm like, okay, I'm not going to have kids because my mama had 5 of us, and she had to do all she can to feed us without any help. And half the time, she didn't even take food stamps if she was eligible for them. Okay, so I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna have kids because I want to be able to do for my kids. I'm not gonna have no man put his hands on me. That's just totally out of the question. Now, and I've held my ground on both of those. I've been in several relationships, and I've never had a man, I don't care what race, lay his hand on me in any type of way other than a loving way. Okay? And I'm not, and even though I'm at the age that I am now, which is too old to bear children, I am never sad, never depressed that I did not have them. Never. I'm just not. It was just something that I did not want to do. And so for black women to feel, a type of way because they don't have kids or they didn't find nobody to marry them, or whatever, don't do that to yourself. Now, I was married. I'm a widow, and I was married to a black man, and I married a good black man. But they don't make them like that anymore, And I was going 50-50 with my husband because both of us started out at 0, okay? Both of us started out at 0, and both of us happened to
P. Henson.
Taraji P. Henson, she's another one. You know, see, it is hard for me to believe that all these different black people in Hollywood, independently of one another, woke up one day and said, hey, let's put this narrative to keep the black woman down. It's hard for me to believe that. It's because it's too many of them doing it. It's too many of them doing it. And the ones that are not doing it, which are black men, are busy, you know, walking around with their preferences, you know, and here's the thing. When white women are groomed by their mothers to find a man and marry well, okay? They are. You know, black women are groomed in a whole different way. Girl, you better go to school and get your education because ain't nobody gonna take care of you. Okay? That's the two different narratives that's going on between the race of women. You know, and every time a black woman even think about marrying a man that can provide for her, which is what he should be doing, you know, oh, she's sane, oh, she's called a gold digger, and that narrative was coming from the black man, and now I know that narrative was coming from him because he knew he didn't have a damn thing to give you. So he's prepping your mind for you not to expect anything from him because he ain't got nothing to give you. And if he has got anything to give you, you ain't going to get it. You're not going to get it. And if he has anything substantial to give to you, he's going to give it to another race of women. He ain't going to give it to you. So black women, you know, we're being attacked from all sides when it comes to this type of narrative. Now, the good thing is that women are, for the races, they're like, well, damn, the black women, why they hammering this on black women? You know? And so now you're seeing them look, you know, say, hey, like something ain't right here. Anytime you have a whole nother race of women, you know, buck up and say, hey, something is wrong with this, then that lets you know that this stuff is not by accident. It's not. And why they doing it? Well, we all know why they're doing it because the black man needs somebody to take care of him, you know. And another thing, too, when I was growing up, you know, unbeknownst to me, I was conditioned, and it started by taking care of my brothers. That's when it started with me, taking care of my brothers. I loved my brothers. Me and my brother was close. They couldn't hold a damn job to save their life. So as a sister who loved them, I'm like, hey, I got a good job. I done moved away. You know, I got a 2-bedroom apartment. Come up here and live with me until you get on your feet. Well, guess what, CC? They never got on their feet. Never. And I did that more than once. I did it when I went to Texas. I did it when I went to Virginia. I did it more than once. And now they are grown men, and I was still doing the same thing. Hey, you know, come up here and stay with me. You can find a job. They're hiring up here until you get on your feet. And then you can get your own place. See, that stuff never happened. They never got on their feet. They never got their own place. They just never did. And then finally, I just got pissed off one day. I'm like, y'all going back home. All of y'all. All of y'all going back home. Go back to my grandmama. Go back to my mama. Y'all leaving me. I just can't. So I was conditioned like that without even knowing it. And, let me take care of my brother. But it was like, let me take care of black men. And I think it wasn't just me. I think a lot of women are like that.
Y'all have really good hearts. Really good hearts.
Yes. And this is it's gonna be difficult for most black women to separate from black men. Not me. I'm done. I'm done. I'm just done. So it's not difficult for me, but it's gonna be difficult for the black women that have sons, for the black women that have brothers. You know, I'm not the only one that was doing that with my brothers. I bet you a lot of black women, single black women, that's doing well, see their brother, they love their brother, they tight with that. Me and my brother was tight. My brother's no longer here. But me and my brother was tight. And every time I would move to a new city, I would get a new job and move to a new city. As soon as everything was up and running, I'm on the phone calling my mama, you know, how my brother doing? What my brother doing? You know, is he out of jail yet? Blah, blah, blah. Same old. You know, and next thing you know, I got him on a plane coming to wherever I am to live with me to help him get on his feet. You know, me thinking that, hey, a changing environment would do him good, but it took me years to realize, hey, it ain't got nothing to do with the environment. It's got everything to do with his psyche. I didn't know that. I just did not know it. But you know what? I know it now. But you know, back to Tyler Perry. You know, you just can't make me believe that these random, you know, famous people are just waking up with this type of narrative about having black women take care of black men. It can't be. It can't be. It has to be something. And another thing, too, for that woman that stood up there on the couch, nobody said nothing about her, so I am. But for her to sit up there on that couch and listen to Tyler Perry spew that crap and not give him zero pushback. Now, granted, that's her little platform, and she was just happy to have a quote-unquote big celebrity on there. You know, he should have said, you know, black women is the dirt of the earth, and she would have been like, well, yeah, they are. You know, for nobody not to give her any pushback, she had an obligation on behalf of black women to say something to Tyler Perry about the garbage that he was sitting up there spewing out for black women on her platform.
Well, she was agreeing with him, though. She was agreeing, saying, yeah, you know, it's not, she was talking about her experience. A man said it's not about the money and stuff like that and stuff. Mm-hmm. Hold on really quick. In the chat, Prada, you said beautiful women don't have to work. That's not the case in the Black American community. I said it long ago. Beauty in this race don't get you nowhere because you can, you know, black women who are beautiful still have to work. And no matter, and I'm not ugly, I'm just saying, you know, beautiful black women, no matter what we look like, beautiful or not, when you are in a pool of men who don't have any money, no matter how fine you are, you're going to suffer. I have seen the most beautiful video vixens who had access to black men in sports and stuff. I mean, still single to this day. Some of the most beautiful black women you've ever seen still ain't wifed up and stuff like that. Yeah, they might get you pregnant and make you a baby mama, but beauty in this race doesn't help a lot of black women. Yeah, don't get me wrong. You can meet a man. It's easier to pull a man. It's easier to go on a date for them to be interested and all of that. But as far as being respected, being honored, not having to work, you know how many black women, big old booty and really, you know, whatever you feel is fine. Everybody's opinion is different. Are paying, they still struggle. They still pay bills and stuff like that. Some of them might have multiple men they're dating at the same time, but just please, plenty of beautiful black women are suffering in this race. We see it with the celebrity black women. Our celebrity black women still not married and they're going on 60 and couldn't get nothing of quality in this race. Okay, so I got some questions for you.
Let me just comment on what you just said. Okay. I'll just say this about that. Pretty privilege is wasted in the black community.
Yeah.
Okay?
It is.
Pretty privilege is wasted in the black community. Look at Ashanti. Look at Nia Long. You know, the list goes on and on. Women, Angela Bassett is the exception. That's few and far between. But for the most part, pretty privilege is wasted in the black community.
And girl, hold on. Girl, let me say this. Let me write this phone number down. Somebody calling. You got me hyped up. Let me say this. Let me not forget.
Okay.
You're saying it. You see so many beautiful black women who refuse to date out their fucking race. Y'all refuse to date out your race, and I got men not black that's interested in me, and I interracially date, but half of y'all don't. You don't, and you look good. You look good, and you don't, and you continue to date bummy ass black men, or the man you got to keep sharing because everybody wants him because he got something decent going on, and you on his list. Y'all be sharing and fighting over scraps. And it's like, you look good. Other men be hollering at you. We all fucking know. If you look good, other men holler. Especially other men of color. Hispanic men, Arabic men, a few Indian men. Girl, stop it. Y'all know. Women who be looking good, y'all already know. So don't play with me, okay? Not to be conceited, but you already know. Girl, y'all better start dating some other groups of men. Girl, please. Okay, go ahead.
A lot of black women don't feel confident enough yet. They're going to get there, but they don't feel confident enough yet to date outside of their race. White men in particular. And they don't feel confident enough, but here's the thing. Back in the 70s, when black men used to pimp out their women, guess who they was pimping them out to? was
white.
the white man. Okay? Okay? That was the main customer. So why, I don't know why why black women feel, that white men don't want them. Trust me, y'all, they do. They do. And black men know that, and that's why black men was pimping black women out to the white man, because they knew.
They do it now. Even right now.
They do it now. Yeah, they do it now. They do it now. And I wanted to touch on that. And then another thing I wanted to say too was about Jeannie Mai. Jeannie Mai came out and said that she liked her black meat on the side, but she liked her white men lean and mean. And everybody's coming for Jeannie Mai, but I want to ask black women to consider what Jeannie Mai did. She kept her black meat on the side, okay? That's all they good for. They ain't good for nothing else. If you're going to mess with a black man, keep it on the side. That's it. That's all he's good for.
I don't feel like that 100%, but I don't care that she said it, because black men still said she was a better choice. Jeezy still married her. I'm like, why are black women getting mad for it when these celebrity black men want her over you? A lot of y'all. Like, so why am I fighting for Jeezy? You chose Jeannie. She said what she said. You still chose to wife her up and not. So I don't give a damn what she said. I mean, shoot, if she want to just hit off some black men every now and again, so what? Other people do shit like that all the time. Who cares?
And the very black women that's saying that is the women that Jesus wouldn't wife if they was the last person on the planet. Like, he would not. He would never. He wanted a Asian woman in particular, and that's what he got. What he didn't factor in is that, unlike him, Asian people are strong on the family dynamic. And when Jeannie Mai had that nigga taking care of her brother and her mama.
She did what? She did? I didn't hear that.
Yes. Oh, yes.
I mean, I get the mama part, because in most cultures that's important. But the brother?
The brother lived there too. And so when he walked around the house and saw 3 people living off of him, and the mama telling him what to do, he was like, oh, hell no, I ain't finna do it. He wouldn't do that. And I bet you he said to himself, he wouldn't do that for a black household, let alone a Vietnamese household.
Girl, hell no.
No, he had to put up with Jeannie Mai and her mama and her brother. See, they believe in taking care of family. They believe in that. And he did not understand that. He married what he didn't understand was when he married Jeannie Mai, he also married her culture. He didn't understand that.
And you know what?
Okay?
And you know what? Jeannie Mai just came off as so liberal and West American. So he thought that she was down. He even said she from the Bay, so she ain't racist and shit. And he thought, but it's true, the man has a certain role in those cultures.
Exactly. I'm from New York, but I grew up in Alabama. And so guess what? I like to eat country southern food. Okay? So if you marry a New York girl and not knowing that I'm gonna go in there and cook like that and burn like that, then that's part of my culture. That's part of how I grew up.
Hold on, let me ask you something.
Understand that.
Are you cooking the collard greens with the smoked turkey neck?
Girl, you know it.
The real macaroni and cheese and not that box shit?
Nah, the real macaroni and cheese, okay?
Some cornbread?
Real macaroni and cheese. All of that. And the potato salad, okay? And the potato salad. So Jeezy didn't understand when he married Jeannie Mai that he was marrying her. You know what? Go and look at her Instagram, and you're going to see them in Vietnam. And look at how he is dressed, okay? He is dressed in her traditional male outfit. She not dressed like him.
You know, but usually the woman goes more to the man's culture. Usually.
Exactly. The woman will assimilate. Exactly. Not the man. But there again was the man assimilating, which means he was submitting. Let's use the S word since they like it so much. He was submitting to her culture, and it still didn't work.
Well, I feel like you do have to join cultures. I think that you should respect both cultures, you know, both of you. But I did hear that there was some clashes going on in the house, and I know she was close to her mom and stuff. I mean, I thought he knew that though before he got with her. I mean, everyone saw it, you know, that girl, I don't know, but then they tried to say she was effing Mario Lopez. I don't know, but can you hear me good still?
Yeah, what'd you say? I'm sorry.
Do you feel that Tyler Perry is anti-black women?
Okay, here's how I feel. For some reason in Hollywood, and this goes all the way down to all the way back in the day, it used to be a comedian named Flip Wilson. Okay? Watch this now. It used to be a comedian named Flip Wilson. And that was back in the day, Madea. Okay? So one minute he would be the comedian Flip Wilson, and the next minute he would be a character called Geraldine, a caricature of a black woman, just like Madea is. Okay? So this was way back in the day. So his name was Flip Wilson. There he is, put on a dress on the wig and make fun of the black woman. Okay? And then when you move on through that, every comedian has done that. From Martin to Tyler Perry to what other kind of comedian I can't think of. Kevin Hart. They've all done it. Everybody except Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle was the only one that drew the line and said, hell no, I'm not going to put on a dress. Now, here's what I don't know. I don't know if Dave Chappelle said, I'm not going to do it because I don't want to disparage the image of black women, or if he just said, y'all ain't finna make me put on no dress. I don't care what it takes. But every black comedian has done that. They have put on a dress, and they have got up there, Martin and Shanae, okay? Mm-hmm. And they have got up there and made a caricature of the image of the black woman. They made her loud, they made her brash, they made her ugly, they made her dumb, they made her stupid, they made all of these things. They are doing that to the image of the black woman. Now, what I didn't think about until years later is that black women would buy tickets to this comedy show, this comedy club, and they would sit there and laugh. Mm-hmm. Okay? Black women would sit there and they would laugh. And the same thing with the music. You know, you got again, you have black men up there calling black women bitches and hoes, because you better not call no Jewish woman no bitch and no hoe.
Oh, girl, no. No,
okay?
No.
But you can get up there and you can call black women bitches and hoes, and you can call them bald head, and you know, you can talk about them wearing wigs and Now, mind you, black women is sitting in the audience. They are paying for this. All these careers of these black men are not built off the backs of black men. They're built off the backs of black women. Black women support the church. She give all her money to the church. She give all her money to the black entertainment industry. She taking care of the kids. The black women just been muled out continuously, and why, I don't know. So for Tyler Perry to sit up there and to say what he said, if you look back over the years, it's been in keeping with what black men have been doing to black women all along. And the thing of it is that my mama and my grandmama and her mama, they all fell for it. The black women of today said, you know what, stop with the BS. I'm sick of it. We finna put a stop to it, and we're going to do it now. That's the only difference. But if you look at it, black men have always done that to us. I was just sitting around thinking about it the other day. I'm like, you know what? This has been going on for years. Black women been muled out, been talked about, Now, here's the question. I don't know why. I don't know why they do that to us. The very womb that they come from is the very woman that they cannot stand. It don't make no sense to me. It doesn't. I thought about it, And I'm just like, why? I mean, I'm so glad that I don't have kids. You know, I mean, of course, I can teach my daughter different, you know, and I would teach my son better. I would teach my son better. But for some reason, it's like a secret narrative to do this to the black woman. And then when you have, now what's different about now is that the black women is joining into it. Taraji Henson, Sherry Shepherd, the women that sit up there on that couch with Tyler Perry. For some reason now, black women are joining into it, and that's the part that's got me really.
And that's why we will not. This is why we're not getting respect. People need to see us stand up, okay? Because just you said it, a Jewish woman, that ain't going down. An Asian woman, nobody does this. And you know what? It's also happening because we tolerate it. We tolerate it, and we haven't put our foot down, but more are standing up. More are standing up, and I'm happy to see it.
That is true. We need to put our foot down, but also we got a group of women that's riding with that narrative. That's the part that's got me. That's the part that's got me confused. Now I don't know if they just for like, you know what? I don't know because Taraji P. Henson went to Howard, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so it ain't like she don't know better. But you know what? See, one thing could be is that whole narrative. That whole narrative about the white man trying to keep the black man down, that narrative is over. Because the last time I checked, I looked around, I thought to myself, I said, at the end of the day, the white man don't give a damn about the black man because the white man owns everything. So why should he care about the black man? Why should he try to keep the black man down? I'm like, this is a whole pack of lies that's been fed to black women for years and years and years and years.
And girl, hold on.
Think that way.
And look, you got all the migrants coming in, the white man bringing in all these Hispanic men.
Exactly. What you think that's going to do to the black men that don't want to work?
Girl, his ass, it's already happening. Girl, it's already happening. It's already, and they don't like black men, a lot of these Hispanic men. Child, it's going to be some shit. I already see it. So, you know, and I see a lot of black women might be getting with Hispanic men. I see that too in the future, a lot more. But you know,
well, the thing about it is, if the thing about it is that if black men continue to be incarcerated at the rate that they are, if black men continue to be shot up in the street like they're going on in Chicago all day, every day, don't never take a day off, and then the black men that's left over, they want to run around in wigs and pretend they us. You got that dynamic going on. So the black woman, at some point, the black woman ain't going to have no choice but to date out of her race or be left alone. Now, ain't nothing wrong with being alone if you want to be. If you choose to be, that's your prerogative. But if you want to have a man, after a while, you ain't going to have no choice but to date out of your race. If this dynamic continue, you ain't going to have no choice.
Yeah, but thankfully, some of us already like different men anyway. And I thank God, you know, I don't feel like I have to do it. You know, I'm dating someone. If I do date a man not black, it's because I want to. But it's true. But I do have a concern about these black women. Girl, I was going to go live last night. I'm concerned. I think some black women need to heal before they try to come into these other races of men because some of them, some of them want black men and some of them are racist. They gonna bring that shit up over to the other communities. Don't bring Blackistan up over here. We ain't trying to have no damn babies with them that act ratchet and ignorant and all that other stuff. No, we go into their culture. Understand where the man is gonna give them some structure, some culture, some leadership, a father in the house. We ain't trying to make no ratchet ghetto little biracial babies with them. So don't bring that Blackistan crap up over there. If you prefer black penis and black men only, go heal and get over that until you bring your butt up over to Swirl Nation and shit. Because you're going to bring problems, and I don't want you bringing no disaster up into the Swirl community. Because I see it. With some of these women, don't go over there because you feel so desperate and you don't even like these dudes. You using him. He's a rebound. You would cheat on him with a black man in a second. All of that, go heal first before you start talking to these other races of men. You gotta like him for real, for real. I mean, get to know him. Don't nobody want to be no rebound or you've been craving Tyrone the whole time and all this other stuff, and you treat once when you go all the way when you want to swirl, and you give that man your heart the way he gives you his heart. And I mean, I can't make somebody physically attracted to somebody, but I mean, a lot of men look good, whether he black or not. You got eyes, so I don't know.
Black women with that type of pathology that you're describing, they'll never date a white man. For the most part, they won't. They'll be left behind, and they will be happy that you know what, they'll be happy that they are. But those type of women with that type of pathology, with that hood rat mentality, those type of women, they'll be left behind, because the type of white man that how do I say it?
Yeah, they don't want them hood rat women. The stereotypical white and shit. They don't want Sukianas. They not trying to bring that home.
Exactly. They don't want Sukiana, and Sukiana don't want them, which is really perfect.
Hold on, though.
She can, women with that mentality, they can stay in Blackistan, because that's where they belong anyway. And they're fine with it, and so,
hold on now. But you also got the black women who are mammies and race soldiers that's not ghetto, where they think they gonna make they white man start fighting the power and joining in on all this social justice stuff. Girl, leave that man alone. He cannot fix the black race. Stop trying to bother that man or make him feel guilty for being white. If you one of them people always talking about the white man this, the white man that, please stay your ass up over the black with black people, because don't nobody want to hear that crap in no relationship constantly, or trying to make your partner feel guilty for being white, or that he owe you or gotta fix something. Girl, save that junk up over. Go heal and get over all of that. Free yourself from being a social justice fighter and all this stuff in a war that ain't going nowhere, that ain't gonna be won. Girl, save yourself. Okay?
Exactly. And one important interracial marriage that a lot of people seem to overlook, or at least never talk about it. I don't hear anybody talk about it, and that is the marriage between the Supreme Court Justice. Let me call her name, but she's married to that white man.
Loving.
Is that her name? Tahanji Jackson.
Oh, the Supreme Court woman. I know who you're talking about. Yes. With the dreadlock, with the locks.
Yes, honey. A lot of people overlook that marriage. Now, why, I don't know. But
no, they was dissing her. They were dissing her on social media. Black men was mad that she had a white man.
Yeah, black men was mad. You know why? See, check this out. Here's why they was mad. And this is my own personal opinion, but no disparagement to her as a woman. Okay? But here's the thing about her. Let's just start off with her complexion, okay? Let's start there. It ain't like she was some hot yellow Vice President Kamala, whatever her name is. It ain't like she was on hot yellow. That was a real black woman. When you looked at her, there was no confusion of the race of that woman. Not only was she dark, but her waistline wasn't no 24 inches. She was the antithesis of what black men think it takes for a white man to look at a black woman. She wasn't none of that stereotypical stuff. She didn't have on no lace front. Her skin wasn't high yellow. Her complexion wasn't ambiguous. Her figure wasn't a Coke bottle. It was none of that. They knew that white man looked at her intellect, and the rest of that he was okay with. Okay?
Hold on. Let me say this, though. Not only that, but a lot of white men find women that look like her very physically attractive. In some black men's minds, they can't fathom that, but they always have.
Exactly.
When I was little, a lot of dark-skinned black women were described as exotic by white men on TV. That was exotic. Not this exotical stuff people talking about. No, that was exotic to a number of white men. So.
Yeah, I found that interesting, and I find it interesting that across the board, black men and black women, for that matter, are silent on that marriage. That marriage is never used as an example, and it should be the poster child. It should be the poster child for swirling, if you want to call it that. That should be the poster child, because it's the antithesis of what everybody thinks that it should be. And I love it. I love it. And the way they grilled her so hard, and I never forget during the hearings, she stood up and he came and hugged her, and
Yes.
Yes,
So
I
look,
do.
I do have two more people to call, but I want to ask you a few questions, but try to keep it a good 5 minutes if you can, okay?
Okay, okay.
And yes, a lot of white men, they do like darker black women, but they love all of us. You know, they
Yes,
love
they do.
all skin
Yes, they
tones
do.
of black women.
And
If they think you look
and
good, they
black
gonna
men
look.
know it.
But look, let
And
me
black
ask you
men know
this.
it. That's why they're scared.
Now, you did already say that you were in the military and that you did go 50-50, so you were not the breadwinner.
No, no. Me and my husband, we were both broke, right? When we got married straight out the box. Both of us didn't have any money, but we did have a job and we did have a dream and we had a good job. Yeah.
Now, to you, because I always hear black people swearing like Tyler, oh, he got to make $500,000. Please, what yearly salary is rich to you? What's a lot of money to you for a yearly salary of a man?
At least six figures. At least six figures. And it can be the low six figures. It can be the high six figures. I'll use myself for an example. Okay, I live in the DMV. Okay, and so in order to have any kind of decent lifestyle in the DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia, you need to make six figures. You know, last year I made 96. But normally when I get my grind on, I can pull out six figures. It'd be the low six figures, but six figures nevertheless. And I'm saying that to say is that low six figures is comfortable for me. Again, for me, I'm single. I don't have no kids. I live in a 2-and-2. Okay, I live in a 2-and-2 condo, 2 bedrooms.
Can we ask you? Can I ask you a question? Are you solely in the military industry, or like what kind of industry are you in? You said you make 96,000.
No. That was back in the day. When I was in the military, that was back in the day. I'm a flight attendant now.
Girl, you are a flight attendant and you make 96,000.
Well, that's what I made last year, but normally I hover around the low six figures when I get my grind on. I was a little lazy last year, so yeah, I made 96.
Girl, that's still shocking because people don't assume that flight attendants can make that type of money.
Hey, that's an open secret, sis.
Well, let me ask you another question. When do you go to okay, so let's say you go to Brazil. How many days do you get to stay and see Brazil? Is it 1 day or 2 days and then you go back on another flight? Do you ever get a chance to actually see the cities?
Anywhere from 3 to 6. Anywhere from 3 to 6.
Girl.
Okay? Anywhere from 3 days to 6 days. And let me tell you this. Let me tell you this on the side note. That whole passport, bro, that's a myth, okay? I work there and I don't see them. That's a myth.
I heard they're in Colombia. I don't, girl. Okay. So
yeah.
Let me ask you this, because I have seen black men in the comments section saying black women are wrong. You are wrong not to want to go 50-50. You're wrong for not letting him pay the light bill because we are oppressed. Do you feel black men are oppressed? And how long do you think this oppression will last?
I don't think they're oppressed. I mean, they have the opportunity to do exactly what we're doing, which is get up and go to work.
They say the white man don't want to hire them. That's what they say. The white man is purposely not hiring them.
I mean, what would be the agenda, though? It has to be the agenda. I don't necessarily believe that.
Okay. Now,
I don't necessarily believe that.
Now, a number of them feel they are oppressed. And my question I even have for them, okay, and how long is this oppression supposed to last? Is it going to last in my daughter's life and in my daughter's daughter's life and then my daughter's daughter's life? Like, how long do black women have to suffer and you want to be the ones making the money, and then you have sons with her, and then your sons can't get hired, and then your daughters have to take care of men? Like, how long is this oppression or this systemic thing supposed to last before you either get the hell out of America, fight the white man, which you ain't gonna never do, or, well, I don't believe you're gonna do, and I'm not saying you should at this point, but what's the plan here with this oppression? Are you going to leave in a system that you are dominated in, supposedly? What is the point and your son's futures? What's the point? Are you going to leave? Are you going to start a community within America and get the so-called Black American community together? Or are you going to try to go to war with white men and try to take over this country, which we know that ain't... We can imagine how that would happen. I'm just confused. How long is this oppression supposed to last? The women need to know, who want to deal with you, how long their children have to suffer, and their daughters, in this thing. So what would you say if you could guess? How long do you think this oppression is going to last?
I would say that that's an interesting narrative, to say the least. But what I would tell women that have daughters is the same thing my mom told me. Get your education so you don't have to depend on anyone, and you can take care of yourself. And let the men in your community do whatever it is they do. That's what I would say to that.
And I hear men, they say that. They say, I saw this yesterday. They say that's the problem. I'm like, well, y'all don't get married, and a lot of you can't take care of families. So what do you expect Black women to do? We have to eat. We have to have somewhere to live. I'm not living like I'm in a fourth world country, and I don't even have a husband. What you want me to do? Suffer?
Yeah, I would say if you look at the women at Howard, I saw a class photo of women at Howard University, and these were girls that was up there in law school, and it was so many girls. It was so many girls, and it was such a beautiful sight. I think that those operating on what my mom instilled in me, which was get your education so you can take care of yourself and you won't have to depend on anybody. When you're independent, then your choices are unlimited. And not only are your choices unlimited when you're independent, but I'll use the word they use. You have a lot more options. You have a lot more options. Okay, and and having options and being independent, that also makes you more attractive. Okay, it makes not physically, but as a mate. When the opposite sex starts looking for a mate, okay, she has this, she has that, and whatever else, whether you speak another language, whether you play an instrument, all of that comes into play. And so to me, it just seems like Black women are just going to keep excelling. I mean, the gate is open, and the women are leaving.
Yes,
they just are.
Guinea.
The gate is open, and the women are leaving.
Guinea Love in the chat says there's a content creator complaining, saying Black women have always been given opportunities more, and Black men are systemically being held back. My answer to that is, how is that our problem? That's your something.
No,
you gonna have. Hold on, stop. Give me 1 second.
Give an example.
Hold on 1 second. What I want to say to that is, what do you want us to do about that? That sounds like an issue you got with the white man that you're gonna have to approach him and figure out. Why do y'all say that to us as if, what do you want us to do about that? Not take a job? I'm not married to one of you. Y'all don't even get married. So again, what is your game plan? If you are surrounded by vultures and you cannot win, then why are you here? That's why some say you got your passports to go get some punani in other countries because your money from the white man here goes long somewhere else. What are you going to do? What is your plan? That's what the Black woman needs to ask the Black man. Okay, it's systemic to you. Now what? What are you going to do about that? Do you have some solutions other than whining and bitching constantly? Get up. What are you going to do? Do you want to take an exodus and take Black women, your baby mamas, to Africa or the Caribbean? Do you want to try to start some war, civil war here, which ain't going to never happen? Or do you want to try to make a community work here? What is it? And then, do you want the Black woman to take care of you? If you feel I can't get ahead. Y'all ain't even try everything yet. No, you haven't. No, you haven't. You don't even come together with businesses together. So, The excuses is getting tired. You're telling black women they have no future. You're telling black women they have to be on the low totem pole with you forever. You're telling black women that their daughters will not have men, decent men to marry. You're telling your daughters they're going to have to take care of the next generation of men. You're telling me your granddaughters and grandsons have no future. Give us a future, those who are pro-black. You ain't give us a vision of shit yet, except bitching about something you can't even fix or even try to. Okay, what did you want to say? This go ahead.
I would just like to have an example when women call in and say this systemic oppression, like give an example, give an example, and I'll give a social program that says, hey, that's not so. You know, give an example of that.
You have a number.
Right now,
you have a lot of black men who are in fact lazy, who cannot hold on to a job, who smoke weed on jobs, who have records and still continue to do the same bullshit. A lot of them are destructive. They are hard-headed. They are lazy. They are not innovative, a number of them. And they make so many excuses constantly. Half of them ain't even qualified for jobs they want. But you can't tell them that. You can't say that to a number of them. And then they take it out on the black women. Okay? I know a black woman when she went to get her GED, only one black man was there. The rest was women. Explain that. Did the white man keep you from trying to get your GED? Was it the white man?
Exactly.
If you don't get your ass up.
Exactly.
Let me not get sorry, let me calm down.
GED in prison.
Sorry.
You can get your GED in prison, and look how many of them come out of prison without it. You ain't doing nothing but sitting there. You ain't doing nothing but sitting there. 6 months, 12 months, 18. You know, get your GED. At least that.
Okay.
You know? The time's gonna go by anyway. At least walk out with something, you know, that you didn't have when you walked in. You're gonna sit there anyway. The time is gonna go by anyway. At least come out with your GED. I mean, come on. The excuses are like they ridiculous.
A number of them.
They really are.
They smoke weed.
Yeah.
I'm talking to black men listening to me. Some of y'all out here, you know good and damn well you had a job interview, yet you smoked weed a day or two before, and you knew you had a drug test coming up. And then when they don't want to hire you, you're complaining. You're working on jobs. You keep fucking coming to work late. You look lazy. That people of color time crap is not something to brag about. It's not a good stereotype. Okay?
You know what's funny? To me, they always, and I'm talking black men, they always complain about how the white man is oppressing them, how the white man is doing this, how the white man is doing that. But as soon as they get a little bit of money and a little bit of fame, what they gonna chasing after? His daughter. His daughter.
But they could F Keisha when he was just a regular black man. Keisha was good enough. Keisha was good enough.
It's just so ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. You know, that they do that. You want to cry on one hand about he's oppressing you, but as soon as you get a little bit of something that's worth something, you go out of your way to make sure that the black woman don't get it, and you give it to his daughter. You give it to your oppressor's daughter. The man that you hate so much, the man that you claim is oppressing you so much. You can't stand him, but you dying to have his daughter. It makes no sense to me. I'm sorry. It doesn't.
Okay.
It doesn't.
But look, we've been talking for 49 minutes, and this was so good. But I got to remember, I got other people to call back, and I want them to have a chance. UK Frostbite, give me a second. Let me call 632 back. Okay, thank you so much, okay?
All right, thank
Bye.
you.
Y'all, I was getting caught up in the call. I was caught up because it was such a good conversation. Such a good conversation. Sorry, I snapped for a second. I had to remember to calm down, y'all. Sorry about that. My husband can't see me like this. I'm a lady. Don't get it twisted. Hello?
Hello?
Hi, this is Cerebral.
Hi, Cerebral.
How are you? I'm not married yet. I'm saying my future husband. Okay, how are you?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm okay. Have you been listening?
I have. I thought you were actually going to call someone else. I didn't even know you were going to call me. You said 632, and I'm like,
oh yeah, that was a mistake. Girl, so listen, I need to know. I got some, questions on the screen about Tyler Perry. Do you feel Tyler Perry is anti-black woman?
Yeah. I don't think he likes black women. I think his mindset is like a lot of black men, like a lot of black men, where they know that they can use black women for anything to gain for themselves and whoever else they want to gain for. Where it just doesn't ever benefit black women. It's always to benefit themselves. And I think he's just like most black men who want to profit off of whatever they can off of the backs of black women.
Okay.
That's how I personally feel. I mean, can I add something really quick?
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like all these people in the last few months, Iyanla Vanzant with the whole Ebony K. Williams situation, and then who else? Tiffany Haddish with trying to come out with a documentary or something about dating homeless men.
Girl.
And now Tyler Perry. This is all get a one. I just feel like this. All the ladies in the chat, y'all need to hear me on this. It takes money to live this life. You need money. Look, we're in inflationary times right now. You need to tell me these people are coming out here talking about taking in some homeless men, help a man, help a brother out. They've been saying that crap since before I was born. I was born in 97. So they've been saying this since before that. Shit, before 80. I'm sorry, excuse me. But anyway, it takes money to live this life. I pay my own bills. I have my own car. I have 2 full-time jobs. And you mean to tell me I got to take in a man who can only pay the light bill? Who doesn't have an ambition to pay more? To take care of his own self? Like, to come in my house and eat my food? Absolutely not. Like, you need money to live this life. And these people are trying to convince you that you don't. And that's funny because if it didn't take money to live this life, if you guys are trying to tell us to take in a man who's mediocre, less than mediocre, if I'm going to be quite honest, then why does he need to come into our home and eat our food and live off our money? If money really don't matter. It's because that Negro needs money too.
Thank you.
We're living in a capitalistic society. And if we don't have money, we don't live. I mean, look at all these people that they just brought into this country from all these illegal immigrants. They're living on the streets. They ain't got no money. Guess who's paying for that shit? The taxpayers who already who live here in this country. It takes money to live in this country. And so they're going to take money from all of us and pay for these illegals to live here. It takes money. And I'm not trying to hear this shit from these men. You better bring that damn money to this table or get the fuck out of here. Get the heck out of here.
Look, let me tell you something.
I got passionate.
The reason why, I said it before, the reason why Tyler Perry and Taraji, everybody getting up in arms, because more black women are dating men not black and are talking about it, and they don't want the black women to leave. Because the black woman holds up the race, and they don't want black women to start dating these other cultures of men. So they're like, you know what? Stay with the black man. Let him pay the light bill. Make it work. You're not building nothing. You ain't doing, if you taking care of the man, you are the man. You are the man. What is he going to do to fix that? Because I'm not comfortable with it. You know, okay, you kind of answered the question. So you're not letting a man just pay the light bill.
Absolutely not. And I'm not the 50-50 type. Actually, I was just out with some girlfriends last night, and I asked them about this Tyler Perry, what his comments. Now, I do have a friend who is engaged. I've asked her if she is engaged to a black man. And I asked her because they just moved in an apartment with each other. Now, she just had to take on a second job. I long to get married. They just moved into an apartment together sometime earlier this year, and then now she just took on a second job. And I'm just like, what the heck is he doing?
Let me tell y'all. Ladies, if you date a man who ain't about moving up in his company or getting better, you gonna be working, if you gonna stay with him, to the day you croak. When you get pregnant, your ass gonna be working. When you got kids with him, your ass gonna be working. Ain't nobody gonna be raising them kids because you at work and he at work. To the day you fucking croak. That's your reality. If you want, girl, okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. And I just feel bad for her because, well, I don't even know if she really realizes her own situation, but I was having this conversation with these ladies, and one of them said, absolutely not, they're not gonna be with a man who only pays the light bill. She said she would rather go 50-50. I told her I wouldn't do 50-50. That's just me. Like, I really do prefer the man to bring all the money to the table because, let's be honest, I broke it down to her like this. What if you are making she's a doctor. One of my friends is a doctor. And she expects that she might make, this is what she said last night at least, she said she expects that she might make more than the man that she could end up with. And she is open to dating any racist man. So I didn't want to just throw that out there just in case if you thought she only wanted to be with a black man. But she said she's willing to go 50-50, but I said, think about it like this. I said, what if you become pregnant multiple times? And then your husband, maybe he works as a waiter in a restaurant. I said, if you go down for maternity leave multiple times, every time you get pregnant, what happens? All the money that you're making, if your entire income that contributes to every single bill in that house is going to be taken away. And now your waiter husband, who's I don't know where he would be a waiter at, but probably not know maybe like Buffalo Wild Wings or something. I don't even know. Like, he works at a restaurant and is not going to be able to supplement the amount of money that she was contributing, which was more than half. And I'm just like, it's just dangerous to put yourself in that situation. He has to make more. And that's the reality of women, not just black women, but women's situation in this country, is that if we fall pregnant and we're making most of the money and we take maternity leave, a huge portion of your income is taken away from all the bills that are being paid. If your man is working some low-wage job or is underemployed or just something that's not making enough to even, something that's not enough to pay all the bills, everything's going to fall on you. You don't have to work all the way up till, the day of your pregnancy, or like your actual day of the birth. And you might not even be able to do that. You might not have time to do that. That's what I'm saying. I'm being a little dramatic. But what I'm saying is, like, you shouldn't have to work all the way up until the day of your child's birth because your man doesn't make enough, and then have to possibly go back to work and not heal from, and even spend time with your newborn because he and your newborn child is depending on your income. It's dangerous, and it's not smart, and I believe that the man should make more. It's point blank. It's required. I'm sorry.
Now, let me ask you, you kind of answered this, but I'm going to ask you these questions. So is love enough? Does income matter?
Oh, absolutely. Love for me personally is not enough. It's not. I do want love, and I don't like to live on the negative side of thinking that one thing I don't like about these conversations with black men is that they like to be like, this or that, like you can't have both. But I don't like to believe that I can't have both. So I like to try to be positive about these things and believe that I can have a man who loves me enough to, pursue higher income and work hard to provide for, me and the future kids he plans to have with me. But he's only offering me love and not, an income that can pay for our future and the children that he plans on, having with me, then no, it's not enough. Because, again, we're in inflationary times right now. housing prices are out of this world. Price for renting an apartment is out of this world, and I can't be in a relationship where I'm the only one shouldering all of the responsibility, and all he can give me is some love and maybe good dick. I don't know.
Okay. Now, what yearly salary is rich to you? Enough to live very comfortable. You got enough left over to go shopping, maybe travel, all that other stuff. What is because men believe you just want somebody rich. Half of y'all ain't even near rich. Okay, who we be dating? Tell us, what a yearly salary is rich to you?
I probably like that last lady you were on the call with. The low six figures to high is pretty good. The thing is, with my parents, when I was growing up, they were both making good money. They were making over $100,000 with their income together. And I just feel like low six figures is pretty good, especially if you have good financial literacy on how to handle your money, especially as a couple. So I think low six figures to high is pretty good. It's pretty substantial. I even vouch to say 90,000 above is pretty good. But I really do feel like when it comes to like him, he just needs to make more.
Have you ever been a breadwinner before?
Absolutely not. Nope. All the men I've dated have always made more than me.
Do you want to work, and do you want to work if you got pregnant?
So I do want to work because I personally feel like if I don't work, I'm gonna just, be bored. And I enjoy what I do now. Like that last lady, I actually used to be a flight attendant. But I still work for the airlines, but I actually do the drug testing that y'all were just talking about, for my company. So I do the drug testing and the alcohol testing for people, in my company now. So, when I'm pregnant, I probably work up to a point, but again, I need to be allowed to rest when I'm ready. And then if I want to, spend time with my child.
That's not an option when you have to work. That's not an option when you're working.
When I have to?
If you have children and you work, you got to be to work on time. It's not, baby, I'll spend time here and there. You on a schedule. So after you have children, do you still want to work?
After I have children, I might eventually want to go back, but I think I would want to spend at least a year off. If I need more, then I will take it. But I would eventually want to go back to work. I know I would, because I would get bored again. But I know me, and I would want to spend time with my children after I gave birth for at least a year, at least.
Okay. Damn, I'm getting some calls in. Okay. Are black men oppressed to you, and how long will this oppression last, in your opinion?
Ooh, cerebral. Ooh, I'm about to go in. Okay. No. And let me tell you why. I feel like black men just use this shit, this crap, all the stuff they say as an excuse. And I'm going to be honest, I personally feel like black people, most of the excuses that black people use are, just a bunch of things to say so they don't have to try. And I talk about this stuff with my family all the time, but niggas done gave up. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, black people done gave up. I'm sorry, Cerebral. I hope that nothing happens to the channel.
It's okay. Just try not to do it. Okay, but go ahead. You said black people have given up. Negroes. You can say Negro. Yeah, Negroes now gave up to you.
Okay. Negroes have given up a long time ago. All I hear is excuses from black people on why they can't try, especially black men. All they say, they can't try. We can't do this because of white men. The black woman is doing better than us. It's always an excuse on why they can't do nothing. The reality is they don't want to try. They don't want to do anything. They don't want to do anything they haven't tried before. And they
Okay, so let me ask you one more question. The last question. What is Black women's solution to this whole dating imbalance? You know, the women who don't want to go 50-50, who don't want him only paying the light bill, who don't want to be the breadwinner, who don't want to work when they decide to have babies. I know the solution, but what is your answer? What is the solution?
I just had this introspective moment myself recently, as far as my dating life is concerned, and it's common. Like we're told this all the time, but for some reason it takes us a while to listen to it. But I really think it's like you gotta hold to your standards that you've created. Don't make exceptions for some certain men because you think, oh, he's handsome, or oh, he's trying. Like, there is no more accepting potential or mediocre. You got to look at the fruit that he's produced in his life. Like, one question that I ask men is, what have they done in their life in the last 5 years? Because I know what I've accomplished in the last 5 years, and I know where I'm at now, and I want to know what he's been doing. And last time, when I asked the guy that, I didn't date him, but we were just talking, I actually ended up getting blocked because he wanted to use his depression as an excuse, and I didn't accept it. He said, I know there's a bunch of jobs around me, but, my depression, I say, well, there is therapy. Like, I had no sympathy. I didn't care. I get it, people go through depression, but I'm sorry. I'm not about to take on your issues and then let it affect my life. I need to know what you're doing so that, whatever issues you're going on, like you're getting past that, you're working past it. It's not going to, bring me down if I were to potentially date you. So I think, and he blocked me after that because I just wasn't taking it naturally too. So I think it's like we have to stand firm on our standards. And as the notorious Cynthia D says, our boundaries. And, when we expect something, our expectations are met. I think there was another guy who said something inappropriate to me that I was dating, and I cut him off. And then, I don't know if he was testing me, but it was extremely inappropriate. And I cut him off because I'm just like, what made you think you can speak to me like that? You got a little too comfortable to let
What did he say? What did he say?
Girl, let me tell you. Okay. I'm going to tell you. So, we were just having a conversation. He was trying to convince me that he could look good. Because I told him I wasn't even physically attracted to him. I told him that. And he tried to kiss me, and I turned my face away from him. And he said, I have never had a reaction from a woman like that. And I'm like, honestly, I'm not even physically attracted to you. So anyway, he said he saw a picture of me in this, very nice outfit. And he said, ooh, if we would have went out on a date with you in there, I probably would have effed the ish out of you that night. I said, excuse me? I hung up the phone on him. And
as if he just thought he could hit it. Like, you don't hit nothing unless I say you can hit it. Like, I can't stand dudes like that.
I told him I wasn't attracted. I said I was not physically attracted. I said it's going to possibly take time. But it was after that, I was like, absolutely not. You're not going to speak to me like that. I said nothing that warranted you to speak to me like that. I know I was looking good in that outfit, but you didn't have to say that. Like, it was extremely disrespectful. And I tried, I did build a relationship as far as like emotions, but I just wasn't physically attracted. And it was after that he said that, I was like, absolutely not. I can't accept that. Especially after I just told you I wasn't really physically attracted to you anyway. So what made you think I would actually let you F the ish out of me, after I just told you I'm not attracted? So I did end up cutting him off. He did try to come back, but I did not allow it.
Yeah, I think there's something wrong with a man anyway who would want to pursue a woman who told you to your face, I'm not attracted to you. Like, I was
just trying to convince me that he could look good and he knows how to dress and he knows how to. And I just thought I just wasn't physically attracted, and it wasn't working out. So when he said that to me very disrespectfully, I was like, look, this is not going to work. Goodbye.
Girl, I don't like when men make you feel cheap. I hate that. I hate it. Like, eventually if I'm feeling you, we know that stuff like that can maybe happen in the future. But when they first come out their mouth, first talking to you and start getting sexual, that's just such a turn off. Because you're making me feel cheap.
Right.
Like cheap. I don't like it. So.
And that's exactly how I felt. And it was important for me to not accept that, because who knows what else he would have said or done in the future for me. Or to me, excuse me.
Yeah.
So
He's too comfortable, like you said.
And I don't even know, well, and that's the thing, me and him never really talked about sex. And that was really important for me, was in earlier, when I was younger, there was always a conversation about sex, but I didn't want that anymore. I wanted more. I wanted depth. And I felt like I wasn't getting that before, so that was something that I was pursuing. I needed to know more about the person that I was potentially going to date. And it's something that I continue to go for. It's depth in a person, because I'm the kind of person that likes to get deep. I like to talk about a lot of things. So I think, again, standards and boundaries and expectation, as the notorious cookie loves to say, is very important. And sitting down, doing some introspective, work in yourself, thinking about what you have accepted in the past, maybe even listing off all the men that you've ever dated, type what they've done to you, the good things they've done, and then the bad things, and maybe type down or write down the things that you've accepted from them that you didn't even like, when you were going through it with them. I just think those things are really important to look back and make sure that, the things that you used to accept, you don't, you're like, that wasn't good. I don't think I want to go through that again.
Yes.
And make sure that if it ever comes up again, you address it immediately or cut it off. I feel like that's really important. So yeah, that's what I got.
Okay. So, listen, this call has been wonderful. I have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more people to call. So, thank you so much, okay?
Thanks, Teresa. Right. Have a good night.
You too. Bye. Bye. Okay. Now, 225. Was that Louisiana who called me? Somebody called me from Louisiana earlier. I did not forget about you. Okay. I'm calling somebody back from 225. Okay, give me a second. Hopefully they're up. It's still early, 9 o'clock. Okay.
Hi, Cerebral.
Hello, hi. Is this Louisiana?
It's a Louisiana number, and I'm from Louisiana, but I'm in Los Angeles right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have a few calls from Cali. Okay, what's going on? Mm-hmm. What's your opinion about all of this?
Well, I was very disappointed in Tyler, but when people break down his movies, I can see now, reading the code that's in there on how in Diary of a Mad Black Woman and in the one, Why Did I Get Married? But the one with Cicely Tyson in it, where the family reunion, how he made Blair Underwood the abusive husband, the rich man, the abusive husband, the villain.
Now hold on, let me say one thing. I've been taking, I do have calls. I'm going to do something I don't usually do. I'm going to set the timer for 11 minutes for every call. I'm going to try to stick to this. Okay, so I'm starting it now. So go ahead.
If you want to just answer questions, I won't overtalk the other callers.
Okay, it's okay. Just go ahead. Tell us, okay, you said in Blair Underwood, his characters.
It was abusive. He was wealthy and he was abusive. The environment, Mad Black Woman, he when the husband dragged her out of the house, he was abusive, and she ended up falling in love with a blue collar guy. So I can now see the code that's in the movies. Now, a good one to break down. I don't know if you saw the movie Acrimony with Roger P. Henry.
Yes.
And how she endured for all those years instead of him working. And but he started off very selfish because she bought him a car with a settlement from her mother's death, and he cheated on her and stuff. But she was long suffering, and then she finally lost her mind at the end because she waited all those years for the thing to take off, and he had her working 2 jobs while he played with that thing instead of working and then playing with the thing on the weekend. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So the long suffering, the struggle and stuff. He aged her and stuff, and she ended up losing, due to an accident because of him. Indirectly, she ended up having to have a hysterectomy at a very young age. That's a good movie to break down, Cerebral.
Oh yeah, I watched it. I watched Temptation, the marriage counselor one, and there's a common theme. It's true of getting with a broke man and getting a love story, or you wanted a rich man and then you have to end up with a disease and killed and all this other stuff. So, do you feel Tyler Perry? Right. Do you feel Tyler Perry is anti-black woman?
I believe in the Louisiana culture because I was born in Louisiana, but I spent most of my life in California. When I moved back there, it's a very oppressive to women. It's very oppressive to women. And if you try to get women into 2023 thinking down there, a lot of them they're not modern thinking women. And I believe that he is a representative of the men that's there. If you go there are men who, I took a guy on a job interview once, to give you an example. I took a guy on a job interview. Because this company, everybody's saying these people pay $3,000 a week to welders. I was like, you gotta be lying. So I took him to the job interview, and sure enough, they offered him a job for $3,000 a week.
Girl, that's good.
And yes, and he turned it down because he said, I don't really want to pay child support. That's the way they think, and that's why I don't buy that oppression stuff. Because I say, you guys you can go outside your door with a lawnmower as a man, a strong man, and I've seen guys make 6 figures with just a lawnmower, getting lawn contracts with different people.
Helping people move, all types of stuff. It's so much for men for labor jobs,
Yes, listen, I got to get some movers now. $100 an hour, you have to pay them now. $100 for an hour work.
Now let me ask you this. Can your man only pay the light bill? Are you going to be down with that?
No, not at all. I stay by myself. And I'll tell any young woman, I'm a Generation X, 50 years old. I'll tell any young woman, don't do it. Don't do it. Mm-mm. A man can get out here, like I said, can barely read and write and make more than you with an education if he have any kind of work ethic. Don't do it.
So, is love enough, or does his salary, his income does matter to sustain a happy relationship and a happy home and your lifestyle?
His income matters. Your love, if you're going to fall right out of love when y'all start fighting over those bills. You're going to fall right out of love. His income matters, his work ethic, his ability to problem solve. If he loses a job, how fast can he get back on that horse? Or is he going to sit at home and look at you for the solution? So income matters.
Now,
big time.
What yearly salary is rich to you? Is a lot to you?
Well, there's different factors. Where do you live in the country? If you live, like for example, Louisiana, $100,000 that's good. You can pay your house off, and if you can work a good 10 years, you'd be good. If you're frugal, you're not, over living. Some places in California, I would say, depending on if you're going to be a two income household, 150, 200. And more, because even some houses out here in the hood are like $600,000-700,000. So probably about, I'd say $300,000-400,000 here.
Okay.
for household income.
Have you ever been the breadwinner in your relationships?
When I was 20 years old, I'm not gonna lie to you, and I didn't know any better. I had the cape on. Oh, I'm gonna help you. And he didn't want to work, so I put him out.
So you were not happy being the breadwinner. You weren't happy.
Yeah, and it didn't last long. It lasted for a couple of months because, they give you the sob story of how they can't find work. And then you see that they're not making the effort, and then it's like, no, bye.
So now you're older now, but was there a time where if you were dating a man and it was serious, did you want to work? Like, did you have an option to not work? Like if you were to have children, or like, would you have wanted to work if you got pregnant?
I have trust issues, so I would have had to have some kind of income coming in because of the way I watched my mother and some other women in Louisiana and my surroundings not work and have to live in poverty. They have had their kids in poverty, so I just didn't trust the men enough to say, okay, you handle it. You know what I'm saying? Okay. So I think I just have to have something to make sure that I can sustain. Now, today, I would feel comfortable letting a man take care of everything, but I also have skills where I can just jump back in the workforce. I can travel. I can do a lot of things. So I have the skills to be able to say if he dumped me, I'd be okay, even at this age. I no age discrimination in the I'm in healthcare in the sector that I work in, so I can just easily jump back into a job if I need to.
Now, a lot of the men are saying the black woman needs to take care of them. She needs to help a brother out and all this other stuff, and that they are oppressed. We've been hearing this since I was a child. So do you believe that the black man is oppressed in America? And if he is, how long will this oppression last, in your opinion?
I believe that the black man was oppressed in the past, and I believe that now they're just not trying. I grew up under men who there's still like 50, 60-year marriages in my family under men who were truly oppressed, who saw lynchings and everything, and they provided housing for their wives and children. They worked. And this was back in the 80s, so these guys were like in their 70s, so they were born in the early part of the century. So now, the police stuff, all of that stuff, there's a lot of crime in the black community. Let's just be honest. There's a lot of crime in the black community, and I've had to call the cops on a black man before. So it's me when I grew up, we didn't have to do that because the men in our family always were like, oh, no, we handle this. And then they go ride over to, my boy's house, and we're going to have a discussion. But there's a lot of crime in our community that we have to address. We don't have any kind of internal policing system like some other communities do where you can, you don't have to call the police. Y'all handle it within. The women are protected, the children are protected. So, in today's, I think the oppression today is black people oppressing themselves to a large extent. A lot of all of the marches and stuff like that. I just want black people to stop turning to crime, saying they have to do crime to get paid. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Now, I
don't know if I'm being clear. I'm jumping around.
Yes, you're fine.
Yeah.
So tell me, with all that was going on with black women, and it's not just professional black women with degrees. Not all black women have degrees, but every woman wants to be able to rest in her femininity. Every woman wants the option to be able to work or not. Let me ask you this. What is the black woman's solution to this problem? With, the imbalance with men, these black men they want to date, and they are the breadwinners and they don't like it. What is her solution?
The only real solution I could see is for the young black women to date out that will deplete the numbers of the high levels of single black women who are professional. If they date out to communities where the men are more traditional and they say, "Hey, I got you," and they truly got you. They, it's not no shifty kind of stuff going on where they unemployed here and they unemployed there. The only real solution I can offer to young women is you have to cast a wider net.
Okay.
You have to cast a wider net and also vet other people, because now with all this social media stuff, you got to make sure the image of black women is not being shown that we are willing to take care of all the bills, and you don't want to attract the dusty from other races.
Oh, hell no. Hell no to that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to take the next call, all right? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Cerebral. Okay, bye-bye.
Ooh, look, right on time. 8 minutes, 11 minutes. Okay. All right. I'm calling the next person back.
I see that too in the future. Hello?
Hi, this is Cerebral.
Oh, hi. Yeah, I was watching your video about Tyler Perry.
Yeah.
I just want to say a couple of things.
Okay.
Yeah. Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, I've been hearing this narrative for years that on YouTube, not just from Tyler Perry, but some other black men, a couple of them would say, if the man pays a couple of bills and she pays the rest of it, it's fine. So I'm not surprised, because it's not my first time hearing it. But I do not like what he said at all. And not only that, it's not realistic for the woman to pay all the bills.
A lot of women will resent the man.
Huh?
A lot of us will resent that man having to pay all the bills. And I have babies? Huh?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
you'll start to resent. Mm-hmm. You'll start to resent the person anyway, because all the responsibility is on you, and there's no partnership there.
Now, have you been the breadwinner before, and do you believe in 50-50 relationships?
I have never been the breadwinner. No, I have not.
Okay. And do you want to do a 50-50 relationship? Do you want to work? If you got pregnant, do you want to work?
Well, I really don't. I'm not sure if I really want children. So, if I don't have children, 50-50 is fine. But some people don't do 50-50 correctly. A lot of people are doing it wrong. Some people are doing 50-50 by, I pay half of the rent, you pay the other half of the rent, I pay half of the light, you pay the other half of the light. That's not how 50-50 is supposed to be.
How is it supposed to be? What's the right way?
The right way is, okay, let's say the man pays all the rent, then he pays his car bill, and then he pays his cell phone bill, then he pays the house phone bill and the internet. Now, the wife, she can pay her credit card bill, she can pay her car bill, she can pay the whole, she can pay, what else she can pay? She could pay her cell phone bill, bills all in her name. So he pays the bills in his name, and she pays the bills in her name. In full. Are you there?
Okay, I'm listening. So, well, not everyone wants to do that, but if you're fine with that, that's up to you. So tell me, do you think Tyler Perry is anti-black woman?
I don't know Tyler Perry personally. I've seen a few of his movies. I liked the first Medea, when I was a kid. It was comedy. But now that I'm more mature, I'm not into that kind of stuff.
Okay. So would you let your man, if he wanted to if he could only pay the light bill, would you date him?
No. That's unacceptable. That's laziness.
So is love enough?
No.
Okay. And what yearly salary is rich to you, is a lot to you, that is very comfortable to you?
A rich guy to me is someone who's a millionaire and above that. But I'm not looking for someone who's rich, though. But I'm looking for someone who makes a good amount.
What's a good amount?
Well, a good amount will be, I would say, 80,000 and up.
Okay. So, sorry, hold on. Microphone. What do you feel like black men are oppressed, and how long will this oppression last for us, your daughters, and your daughters' daughters? Like, how long do you see this oppression lasting?
The black men are oppressed, that is true, but at the same time, they are over-exaggerating it, because it's 2023, and it's not as bad as it was back in the 60s and prior to that. And some of them do have the victim mentality, and that's really annoying.
Okay, and what does oppression mean to you? What's the definition to you of oppression?
Oppression is when people or a person takes away your rights due to what they don't like about you. And they use what they don't like about you against you, even though those things they don't like is not really a problem.
So in what ways are black men oppressed that it's affecting their ability to make money and have a job or a business?
Well, some of it, like, in some cases, not all the time, because like I said, it's not like it was back in the day, the oppression. But let's say an African-American family, they want to purchase a home, and in some cases, not all the time, but the bank can sometimes prevent them from getting loans for the house.
Mm-hmm.
And some banks have racism and things like that.
Mm-hmm. But do you think this is always the case?
No, not all the time. That's what I'm saying. Some of these men over-exaggerate their situations.
Okay. So you've seen what's going on with Tyler Perry, Ayanna Von Sant, and many more telling black women to just be the breadwinners, to settle and stuff. And a lot of the black women, especially professional black women who maybe make 80,000 and they would like a man maybe making 70,000 or 80,000 and above. What is the solution for black women with this dating problem, this imbalance?
The solution is they need to date someone who's making the same amount of money as them. They need to date someone who's on the same level. And they need to be on the same page.
Does it matter his race to you?
No, not at all.
Okay. Okay. All right. So we have 4 minutes. Is there anything else you would like to say? And before I call someone else?
Yeah, I also want to say, if the man is only paying the light bill, that also shows that the job he's working at is not paying him a good amount of money, because that's just ridiculous. Yeah. That's all you can pay. That's all you can come up with.
Girl.
Yeah, that means
ridiculous.
The job he's working at is not paying him good at all.
No. And I had said before, a lot of men don't like women telling them you need a better job or get up. I don't like this. They say we're nagging or we're trying to boss them around, and I'm a man. Phew.
I think that's people in general, because even some women don't even like when, men tell them what to do.
Okay. Yeah, but men and women, it's different to me. So, okay. I'm going to call the next person back, okay?
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
I'm going to get to y'all. Look, I got my timer on. See? I'm doing better. Okay. Okay. 310. Callie, baby, I think. I think California. Hello?
Hello?
Hi, this is Cerebral.
Oh, is this? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were taking any callers. That's why I just hung up and I was just listening. Okay.
Hello.
Hi, yeah. Hi, everybody. Yeah. So I wasn't going to call in, but I had to because I really liked the conversation and where it's going. I just wanted to say something to Black women in general, but also just the listeners here. Like, you guys deserve the best. And trust me, as someone who it's taken me a while to realize my own worth, I feel that if we're going to, like, before you even date out and, like, say, I want to get this type of guy, that type of guy, definitely know the value of yourself. And because Black women deserve the best. And I know I'm kind of rambling on what's in my head right now, but I also just really, I came on here to say, like, Black women, like, we really need to get tight about our numbers. Because I don't agree at all with Tyler Perry said, and I always knew he was an idiot. And yes, I keep getting on those Medea movies, and, like, my friends and I laugh about him all the time. He doesn't like us, and, because he always wants us to struggle, clearly. But, and besides, didn't he marry an Ethiopian model? Who's gorgeous, by the way, but I mean,
I don't think they got married, but she did have his child. I think he takes care of her. I think, I don't know if she lives with him, but
But the thing is, he's doing all that for her, but yet has the audacity to tell women that we need to accept less. But what I wanted to say was, like, as far as the income and everything, I think Black women need to get very clear about what they want in a man and a provider, or even how much they want to make themselves in regards to income. What I mean is, for instance, so I'm personally, I live a life that's like kind of different from the average person, just because I'm a avid thinker. I like to just explore different things. So I'm like a tech entrepreneur, right? I work in education technology, and I'm building my own product. So I plan to be a millionaire in my lifetime. Like, that's like the goal I plan. And so I want not even my equal now. I actually want someone who's above me. And I'm like you. I really want to get married. I really want a husband in the future. Like, I'm not dating right now. And if I do date, I really just put my attention on just like white guys or non-Black men, because honestly, Black men, they're cool as like business associates sometimes, or maybe like friends or something. But as far as dating, I personally just don't. They're not in my line of sight. I just don't. Anything in common with them. I'm not really attracted to them that way. But in general, I would say just for the average Black woman, know what you want as far as income. How much do you actually, I think we Black women should be honest with themselves about how much they expect a man to have. That being said, the past two callers on here, they're the ones who really got me to call you and to talk about this. They said because I like how you're asking, hey, okay, so what do you expect in a man? How much do you want him to make to provide you? How much would you feel comfortable with? And some said, I think, 80,000. And then another Black woman, I got the feeling that she felt a little uncomfortable about it when you asked. Like, she didn't necessarily know. I could be wrong. But I think you should just be very, very, like, know that you deserve the best. If you want to say, I wanted to have at least $500,000, fine, do that. You deserve it. Just know what it's going to take to get that, or just get that. But I think Black women in general, I know I'm rambling a lot, I tend to do that, sorry, but in general, like, someone who works in tech and the way that money is being handled right now, obviously we're in a big financial crisis. No Black woman should not settle, and I think you should strive for as much money as possible right now, because I think I wrote in the comments that the six figures is the new five figures, especially by 2030. 6 figures is the new 5 figures, and the millionaire, the 7 figures, is going to be the new 6 figures. Like, you know how we have increasingly a significant amount of billionaires now? Pretty soon, in 10, 20 years, it's going to be normal to be a trillionaire. And so I guess I'm just saying that to kind of get Black women and just people in general prepared to make as much. Don't be stingy. Don't feel you're being stingy by asking for 100,000, 200,000. No, these men in general, regardless of race, need to know that you deserve the best, and you guys need to be striving for as much money and resources for yourself and for your future children as possible. Like, that's how I think, and it's taken me a bit to get there, but
now
that's what I wanted to
one
say.
question before I asked you more. You said you're in tech. Could you recommend any schools? Do you know of any online schools for computer program, like, something in IT, like, what would you recommend for someone interested in a career in computers that they could do at home, something they could do online?
I would not be the best person. I'm not sure exactly of that part because I work in education technology. I'm not the IT person.
Okay.
I'm the IT person of my product, and I'm the teacher, and I'm the artist. But I will say, because I am good with networking, and I'm a person, I can kind of create a clear vision of myself on what it takes to get to a certain position, and I'm very practical in that manner. Have some Indian friends. I'm going to be honest. I tell my friends this all the time who dabbles between Black men and Indian men, and she's been doing that for the past 15 years. Have some Indian friends, and this is a person I went to school abroad in France for my master's, and I hung out with Indian people, and that was just natural. They're all moving over here. Those were the ones in tech, and they could potentially hook you up. But also get into the Black tech spaces, because right now it's really, I have some of my friends say, right now is a really great time for Black people and Black women especially to have their own business. You have a lot of opportunity. And if you take up those spaces, and if you just focus on yourself and basically upgrade yourself in your life and what you want to do, just for yourself, build your own income and money, the good men will follow. Just try not to focus on the nonsense of Black men and focus on yourself and what you want to create and leveling up yourself. I know we've been talking about that forever, but I'm just a practical person that way. You can do that, and the men and everyone will follow.
Okay.
There's
now,
so many different opportunities.
Okay, so let me ask you the next question. So would you let a man just pay the light bill?
Absolutely not. No. I'm sorry. I just find it laughable. But see, that's why I'm in a different headspace. I don't deal with Black men at all, really. So for me, Tyler Perry wasn't really insulting me. He was insulting my aesthetic, the collective of Black womanhood. That I was pissed off because it's is that what you see us? That's how I took it. But for me personally, no. I actually just got out of a relationship. It wasn't romantic. It was a business partnership with a white guy. And he was a white guy that I was used to being around, the type of white guy I grew up with, he grew up near Chicago and everything. That we broke up with that a couple months after, and I basically fired him from my project.
Okay. We have 3 minutes, so I want to get these questions. Okay. What yearly salary is a lot to you? What's decent to you?
If we're gonna stay in the six-figure lane, at least 500,000. For me, he would have to make. I'm striving. He needs to be a multimillionaire, but that's if you want to just be in the average people's lane, 500,000. And this is me thinking of terms of the future, 10, 20, 30 years down the line. Because I promise you, six figures, it won't be as considered anything 10 years from now.
Okay, so far you have given the highest number. Okay, 500,000.
At least.
Have you been the breadwinner in any?
It's easy to make 100,000, especially in California.
Have you been a breadwinner in your relationship, and if so, how did you like it?
No, I don't plan to. I tell men in general, whether they're Black, white, Indian, Arab, they all know when I show up that I have certain materialistic needs, and they know not to show up like that when they see me. And Black women, that's what I'm saying, have the confidence in yourself, love yourself enough, and give off that vibe. Have expectations.
Okay. Thomas, I'm not supporting another adult. Please, you need to take care of your woman. That's at least your wife or whatever. Your woman that, whatever, to that Thomas. Okay, men and women are not the same, and we never will be.
My best friend, she has a black cousin, who he works at UPS. He makes 6 figures a year. He bought a house 4 years ago when he was 29, and he upgraded it. It looks like a complete dollhouse. He has a cute little wife. He goes out. He's very nice. He's a Libra like you. All he needs is a wife and child to
oh, you remembered I'm a Libra. Oh, girl.
I'm Jupiter and Libra. Yeah, I know.
This is our season.
I'm a Leo, so Leos and Libras, we know we need to try for the best.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, okay. 2 questions. Are black men oppressed, and how long will this oppression last? And do you want to work when you're pregnant?
For the work when I'm pregnant, ideally no, but like I said, realistically with me, I'm a tech entrepreneur type, so I'm building a business where I can kind of like take my kids to school, but during the 9-month pregnancy, for me, no. No.
Okay.
But the other question was I'm sorry, can you repeat the other question again?
Are black men oppressed, like they say? And if they are, how long do you predict this oppression is going to last for black women, especially?
No. See, my dad was born in 1943. He had me at like 50 years old and stuff. So he was born in the country, the sticks of Arkansas. Like literally, he knows what like struggle was, and he came out of that, became a teacher and everything, and got something for himself. Black men now, I'm just really disappointed, to be honest. And all makes matters worse. Tyler Perry, I actually don't feel bad for black women. Tyler Perry is actually making it worse for black men. He's making black men look bad because all the other racial women, if they're smart, are going to do is like, oh, I don't want this. He's basically making the other race of men win. So, no, they're not oppressed. They just need to work a lot harder. It's really sad.
Okay.
So, good luck to them.
All right. So, I'm going to call the next person. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks.
Bye. Thomas, I will be a housewife if I want to be. Thank you. But you, I'm not dealing with you. So you go find your little worker. All right? It doesn't exist in Africa, so sports actuary. That isn't it kind of, aren't you curious that in the US black women have this economic superiority over black men? It doesn't exist in Africa. Don't even try to compare the U.S. to Africa. Those women is still oppressed up over there at large. And those men get married. That's the difference. They have their own cultures. And those women are miserable over there. I've seen the videos and I've had them call me. Some of them are not. And a number of them also are. You can't compare the U.S. to Africa. It's like 2 different worlds at large right now. It's some similarities, but it's different, especially a different culture where, some of them do pay dowries. The men are expected to get married. Damn, I should have pulled up that video on TikTok where the women are having a hard time finding a husband and they all have to work and their husband does nothing. This was on TikTok, the video, the documentary on Africa. It was horrible. I should have had that up here. Okay. So I'm going to call 516 back. Go ask some of them African women if they really happy. A lot of them. Black women ain't happy about having more than their men. That ain't nothing to really brag about. You would expect the men to be better.
Hello?
Hi, this is Cerebral.
Hi, I called.
Hi, hello. How are you?
Hi, how are you guys? I'm fine.
Hey, girl. So, have you been listening?
I have. I tried calling several times, but couldn't get through. So I was like, I give up.
No, it's just I'm calling people back. The timer is on. There's 11 minutes, so You have
11 minutes. Yeah.
11 minutes. So, what is your opinion about Tyler Perry? What's going on? You heard what he said.
Yeah, I think he's crazy. And when it comes to like black women, we all know how black women are, even the pygmies. So they're a lost cause. I think that black women just need to let go. That's all. And the issue is that I think it is over the months, couple of months now, I've been hearing that black women are afraid to allow black men to do their best is because they know that they may leave them for good. And I'm like, what? But now I'm kind of seeing it that way.
Because, they're not loyal now. Women, they're broken, not loyal.
Yeah.
Imagine him with money.
Yeah.
They going to give you their ass to kiss even more. We all know it.
Correct. So it's just like the ones that you do see like that are high earning leave the community and invested in like white communities or non-black communities. And I'm like, if it was like that for the collective of black women, black men, then black women feel like they would have absolutely no one to depend on. But it's kind of like that now. So, like, why would you do that to yourself? And I think, again, it's a self-esteem issue with black women, and that's something that they need to work on, the collective of black women. But black women don't have a good relationship with themselves, let alone other black women. And that's another thing, because no one is strong. No one's an island. No one can really survive on their own. As much as black women and their egos like to believe that they have conquered the world on their own, they're the strong, independent woman. No, you've been influenced by other black women. You've been inspired by other black women. We need each other. So if black women had the mindset of black women community, then I think that they would go far. But black women are not that evolved. I don't know if they will ever be involved in that way. Online, it may appear to be that way, but it's not in reality. Black women are nasty to each other. So that if we had a community in support of each other, we would be farther along. And I think black women need to let go of black men, seek other options, and that's it. Like I really do think black women are holding on to this color thing, like a skin tone. And I've heard other YouTubers say that. I'm not going to say who on your platform.
Yeah, no, I've said it before too. If you ask them, what is it so much that you must have a black man? What do they do for you? What kind of joy have they brung?
Yeah.
Does he pay your bills? What has he ever done where you have this undying loyalty? Is the penis off the chain? What's going on? And it's because they want the baby. That's what it's about.
Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with wanting to see yourself, your identity in your child. I would like that. But I have come to grips with I may never get that. I may never get that. And I every year that goes by, I accept that. And I'm okay with that. I think it's sad, but like it's an imbalance, and if one gender is not willing to hold their own weight, then you gotta let go. Like black women keep doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. It's insanity. So I think black women need to understand the strength and the support of other black women, because we are inspired and we are influenced by other black women silently, but we don't acknowledge them. And I think that's another. It's evil and it's toxic, because if we had each other's back, like I said, we would be further along. We don't need black males to form a community of our own. Now, if you want a black man, black community to me just stands for supporting black males, no matter what, whether they're a criminal, whether they're bashing you, whether they're abusing you. That's black community. But black women community is something different. I think prioritize themselves, prioritize their image, and seek love and partnership elsewhere. Now, if you find a black man that is solid, then my hat is off to you. But it's not realistic to think that the majority of black men are like, oh, I'm going to find me a sister. Like, no, no one else talks like that anyway. So it's just like, it's not realistic. I think elder white black women, I'm not an ageist, but I'm like older black women, like from the 1970s and 60s, please stop listening to them. At least the ones like Iyanla Van, she's mean, and she's being mean. She knows that she hates the younger group of black women because they are loud. They not loud in a bad way, but loud and confident, and they know what they want, and they are vocal, and they're saying, listen, we're not going to accept that. And she's saying, and I think in her cuckoo head, she's saying that, well, I didn't have that confidence, and I didn't have that voice, so why should they have it? You know, why should they have that privilege? So,
hold on really quick.
Like
Can I interrupt real quick? I'm going to give you some extra time.
Yeah.
Someone in the chat, y'all are arguing about BBWs or something about men not black and BBWs. I always hate when I hear people say that men do not date plus size black women. I'm not skinny, and I've had plenty of men not black interested. And not only that, but a lot of Hispanic men date fat Hispanic women. We see them every time we go out. So why wouldn't they date a black woman the same weight?
I think that's just to mess with women that are what is it called? Plus size women's head. Like, everybody has that insecurity. I'm not a plus size woman. I'm skinny. And men say stuff about skinny women. So I'm like, damn, I gotta eat some more. So it's like, it's a thing that they do with every woman to like knock them down a peg. Like, you just have to find ways to really like put them in their place. Like, I'm very mean to men when I need to be. So like, I'm not like the women that I need a man. No, I really don't. I like living on my own. I love my peace. And like, when I find my partner, I'll find him. And I think a lot of women stress themselves out because they think they're on a time restriction to find a man to have a baby and all of this. And yes, there's an age thing that comes along with it. But like, when you start to put that out of your mind and the insecurities and stuff, you see all the weight of the world will really fall off your shoulders. Like I said, it takes a self-reflection. It takes self-awareness, and a lot of women don't center themselves, especially black women. Like, black women don't center themselves. They center everybody else, but they don't center themselves. So they really don't know who they are to the core. They don't know who they are. So it can be fast, a fast change or a quick change, but it's going to take like numbers, black women in numbers to make a shift so quickly. Other than that, then it's going to be a slow road to progress. Because, like, I don't think we should be checking black men. They're the walking dead. What we need to do is check other black women, like Iyanla. She needs to shut the hell up. And I try not, and I don't want to be disrespectful to black elder women because they've been abused. But it comes a time where you got to tell people that have been abused and strong and wrong, those kind of women, to shut the hell up. Because not only are you spreading this toxic shit, you're dangerous to other young women. She's very dangerous.
Okay, and I'm not trying to be rude, but I have to stay on topic more. Can your man, can he only pay the light bill?
No.
No? Is love enough?
No.
What yearly salary is rich to you? What's decent?
Physician assistant.
No, how much money? How much money a year is decent to you for a man?
The salary, me personally?
Yes. What's enough that you can have the house you want, you have money for food, your clothing, travel, your children? What's decent for the man?
Okay, children, you brought children into it. I don't have children.
No, if you
So
did,
if
how
I was
much is
to
a decent
calculate,
salary for
okay,
a man?
so I would say if I wanted 2 children, I wanted a house, I wanted 2 cars, at least 2 operating cars, you know, able to travel. I would say for him, 150K. I would say to live, not maybe not just comfortably, because I know how I sit on myself. I know what I want. I know how the kind of lifestyle that I'm going for. So if I want a man and I'm going to eventually have children, at some point I don't want to work. I want to at least have 5 years off to kind of be with the child for at least 5 years on. It's just a whole plan. So he has to make enough not only to work, but then when I decide to stop working for the sake of the children, or those first 5 years, he has to pretty much take on everything other than the children. You know, the core. Yeah.
All right. So.
Staying on topic.
Last question. Are black men oppressed, and how long do you feel this oppression is going to last?
No, black men are not oppressed. And I'm starting to question the historical stuff that people put out. I'm starting to think that it's, false. I don't think black men have ever been oppressed. I think the children or the results of certain things, like things that can't be denied, like slave trade and stuff like that, the children of that, they were affected. But we are so far from that black men, I believe that black men had a hand in that on oppression from day one, and then now to the U.S., they're not oppressed. No, they choose to sit in their own self-pity and self-hate. So they're wallowing in their shit, and they're not going to do anything about it. That's why I'm like, I don't even, my gaze is not on them, because I know that they're not going to do anything. They already said it. They said they're not going to protect you. They said they don't like you. They said you're ugly. They said they don't like your hair. They said they told you everything. Why aren't black women listening? Like, that's weird. It's getting weird. Like,
so what's black women's solution? What's black women's solution?
I said create a black women community where they center themselves, where they work on their image and what they put out what they project out into the world. It's the start of a black women's community, a black women's coalition, a black women's support. That's it. Black men have told you they don't want shit to do with you. They don't give a fudge. They don't give a fuck. I'm trying to keep it clean, but they don't give a F. They don't care. Like, let them die off. They don't even care about themselves. They're committing their own genocide. Let them. I have no problem with them doing that. But the collective of black women are so, I believe they hate who they are, that they don't want to let go of what they think is potential in a black man. I'm like, I just don't get it. And I don't believe it's the majority of educated women that are doing that. I don't know. I don't believe that it's women that are going to school, that are starting businesses, that are saying, black men have so much potential and we're willing to do this. I don't. Because if that was the case, Tyler Perry wouldn't be putting that message out there. He's putting that message out there to successful black women, which tells you the majority of successful black women are aiming high in the partner that they desire.
Yeah, but realistically, a lot of them want black men, and they don't understand that the average black man doesn't.
I would like the black man, but I'm saying it might not be realistic based on their mindset. We can't control how they think. We can't convince them that black is beautiful. We can't convince them that understand that. They had made it plain and clear. They don't give a fuck. Leave them alone. Don't march for them. When white officers beat their ass, they want their preferences and white women to do it. They said this. They said in this time, in this time period, what is wrong with black women where they're not healing this shit? Do they think it's play? I'm starting to think the issue is black women. They've already told you they don't give a shit.
All right.
Leave them alone.
All right. So listen, I'm going to call the next person. Thank you for calling. All right. Bye. Okay. Let's see. Oh, my microphone. Sorry, y'all. I'm looking through the people that called me. Someone called from, let me call you back. Somebody from Florida. Somebody from Florida called me. Florida. I'm calling you back. Hopefully you're up still. Okay. All right.
Hello.
Hi, this is Cerebral.
Hi, Cerebral. This is Princess.
Hey, Princess. How are
like
you?
My third time talking to you, I think.
Hey, girl.
Hi. I'm here to answer your questions. I'm going to be quick because I'm trying to study for a test.
Okay, good luck on the test. Okay, so you heard about what Tyler Perry said. Do you feel like Tyler Perry is anti-black woman?
Yes.
Why?
And I think he's always been. I don't even think he likes women. But he is anti-black women. Just you can tell by his art, it imitates his life. He doesn't like black women. Specifically black women. That's why when he did his little thing, he said black women specifically. So.
Okay. So are you willing to date a man that can only pay the light bill or the little bills?
No.
Okay. So is love enough?
Not a man. Love is not enough, no.
Okay. Tell us why the income does matter.
The main reason that I wish black women really understand why income matters, when you have a baby, you're always going to be out of commission at one point. So that's why it matters. People never take into consideration, when you have a baby, you might not just have one child. You might have twins and triplets or a special needs kid, you know? So you cannot be working while you have that type of baby. So the man needs to, pay all of the bills so that you can stay home, whether your kid is healthy or unhealthy. So that's the main reason, because women have children.
So do you want to work?
In a relationship with the man.
Do you want to, when you're, do you want to work? And if you get pregnant, do you want to work?
No, I'm not working if I get pregnant. That's not going to happen. So I already had it in my head that I'm not working. My mom didn't work while she was pregnant with me, my brother, or my sister, and I'm not doing that. So.
Okay, so you're going to be with a man that can take care of them bills so you don't have to work when you're pregnant.
Right. So I'm going to be with a man who's going to take care of the bills and stuff like that, or I can just be by myself and pay all of my bills on my own. I feel like women getting in a relationship with a man who requires her to pay bills is like more of a burden on her. So it's like more of a workload for the woman, and he doesn't really do anything but work. So
what yearly salary is rich to you?
I live in South Florida, okay? The houses here are expensive. The yearly salary that's rich, if we're using that word, to me, he has to be making over $3 million.
Damn, you are the highest one so far. The highest one was 500,000. Now you said 3 million.
South Florida. I have a real estate license, and the houses for cheap looking houses is start at least 700. There's some houses that's been remodeled into like $1 million house, and those are only 3 bedrooms. So if you're going to live in South Florida, and I don't plan on moving out of Florida ever, so he needs to be making at least $3 million. We live in a patriarchal society where men claim to be, running everything, and if we have children in like high school, kids in their early 20s making millions of dollars from TikTok and stuff like that, why is it so hard for a man to make like $2 million, $1 million? $1 million should be easy for a man to make. Like 6 figures is good for a woman. $1 million in a patriarchal society, a man needs to be making that. Because it's not even that much.
Now watch the men who hear this say, see, there goes, she is unrealistic.
And I can't wait.
You are. They're going to say, girl, you unrealistic. That's the problem with you, black woman. You're talking about $1 million a year.
In the state of Florida. I don't live in Mississippi. I live in South Florida. So, and like I said, I have a real estate license. I'm already studying right now for my cybersecurity license as well, which is hard.
What, if you don't mind me asking, what is it an online thing for cybersecurity?
Yeah, I have to do online because I work.
What school is it?
The school I went to. And I'm in Florida again, so I'm not sure if it's in other places. I think it's in New York, but it's called New Horizons.
New Horizons.
The test is a CompTIA test, so if people want to look that up.
Okay. Okay. Write that down. Okay, let me ask you this. All right, so you said no to the light bill. Love is not enough. You don't want to work when you are pregnant. You said a man needs to be able to make $1 million a year.
We live in a patriarchal society. $1 million at least. Not even $1 million. I said $3 million.
$3 million.
I said $1 million.
Okay.
You need to at least be able to make that.
And do you feel like black men are oppressed in this country? And how long do you feel this oppression is going to last?
They're not oppressed, and I think the state that they're in, they're going to last forever. So.
Okay. All right. So what do you think black women's... Well, hold on. Have you ever been a breadwinner in any of your relationships?
Never, because I've never seen it. I've never seen a woman be the breadwinner or take on the load that a lot of these women are willing to do. That's why it's so unusual to me, because my dad is... Like, I can still ask my dad for something right now, and I'm 32. I've never seen my grandma deal with any of this stuff. I've never seen my mom deal with any of this stuff, or any of my aunts. So, never. That would never be me, and no man has ever approached me for anything like that.
So what is black women's solution to all these problems? What do you think black women need to do?
So they're probably going to be mad at this, too. I honestly don't believe that black women should even deal with black men, honestly. I really don't believe that black women should keep having children because, you need an actual community of, women to help take care of the kids. I wouldn't say you need a lot of men to help take care of children because you know about the SA rates in the black community. But you do need a community. So I think they should stop having children. I hate seeing so many of the young girls get pregnant to a boyfriend. Stop having children, increase their network, increase their education, and just travel. I do think if they're going to marry somebody, they have to be marrying somebody who's wealthy of another race. But I don't think they should be marrying black men. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, okay. I don't have issues with swirling. I promote the swirl, for black women. So, okay, is there anything else you would like to tell us what you think about what Tyler Perry said?
I'm not shocked by what Tyler Perry said because he is like that. I don't know why so many black women are so surprised by him. He's always been like this. I don't support him. I've never have. So, that's another thing. I really wish black women stop supporting black men because it's like you're doing it to your detriment, and I don't know why they can't see this. So, that's it.
Personally, the way black men drag black women to the whole freaking world on everywhere, I don't see how you could be turned on by the collective with the disrespect. Girl, I just don't know. I don't know how, but the disrespect.
Like, when I look at some of these girls, I'm like, how, the way he's talking to you, how are you even
Girl, let me tell you something. I'm going to say a name tonight because I don't hate this man. I actually think he makes some good content. I ain't going to say his name. I could. I have said names before, but I'm going to leave it. He's a man. He's pretty popular on here. He wears glasses. And he has panels. And he has black men who are supposedly good men who make money calling black women black bees, these black bees. And you got black women coming on the panel, kikiing it up with them and talking to these men. Yeah. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you women? That's the problem. Y'all keep entertaining these men. You keep sitting on panels with them. I keep seeing some of y'all going on their shows trying to talk about, don't you get it? He don't like you. I don't care how this dude presents. I don't give a F that he got a black wife. I've listened to him. He don't like y'all. Y'all be going up on these dudes' channels and they don't even like y'all. I listen to them sometimes and they don't care for y'all. And y'all want to get on their panels and have intellectual conversations to help the black community with groups of men calling you black bees on a panel. But y'all love abuse.
Yeah, I would never support them. I think that's what black women do. I think they love abuse. Like I said, I wasn't raised like cause some of the things that black women go through. I'm like, that doesn't even seem like it feels good. Why are you still doing it? But I guess you just have to be raised a certain way. But I don't know. I wouldn't do it, black men. Like I have a black dad, I have a black brother. Those are the only, and my black granddad died. So I don't know. I've never seen any of this. Like my granddad is a black man from like the northern part of Florida, which is like the South. I've always seen him work. He literally built. My granddad has the blueprints that he left. Pictures of him actually building my grandma's house, and that house is still here to this day. My grandma died in 2021.
Girl,
that house still stands. I don't see black men doing that.
Let me tell you, one of the reasons I was attracted to older men, that includes black, back in not too long ago, a few years ago, is because I felt like they came from a different generation where men, they weren't always the best back then, but they were a little bit more masculine. And I tell you, I always say anything from the Lil Wayne generation, I'm not effing with. Lil Wayne generation. You grew up listening to Lil Wayne and all that stuff they talk about. Nah, it ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work. And one of the reasons I talk to men from different cultures is because they don't promote that filth in the black community. Besides the fact some of them cute, they also ain't going for all of that. They might listen to some of it, but they don't emulate it. This is what black men emulate because they feel this is their culture, this filthiness. And I can't deal with it. I refuse. I can't deal with it. Lil Wayne generation of men, I can't really do it. Lil Wayne and below and after, I can't really. No, the tattoos on the face, your eyebrows, your neck, please get away from me. I'm not bringing you home. Okay? Sagging of these pants, I'm not bringing you home. I'm not doing it. And that's the hell of a lot of them. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, that is a lie. I have one more thing to say.
Okay.
They're going to get mad at this too. I don't care. Because I know a lot of black women. I grew up around black women my entire life. I'm a black woman. I'm a dark-skinned black woman with 4C hair. I've never in my life heard one black woman I'm 32. I've never heard one black woman say, I'm a strong, independent black woman. I really believe in something black men made us. I've never heard that ever in my life. I've always seen black women work because
they had
some
to.
Of them may not have had help, but I've never seen them actually verbalize those words. And I'm like, if you ask one of these men, what is the name of the last black woman that said that to you, they will not be able to tell you because they made it up. I've never heard of it. Like I said, my granddad built my grandma's house in the 60s. That house is still here to this day. My mom owns it because she died. But my granddad built that house when they said that black men were, I know some black women did, but I've never seen any black woman say I'm a strong, independent black woman. I've always seen them have to handle their business because the bills don't care who pays it. It needs to be paid. So if you can't pay somebody's bill, and like I said, I'm a real estate agent. If you got kicked out of a house, you never owned it. If your name is not on the rent or the mortgage. Nobody can't just kick you out of the house.
Thank you.
You don't own the house. So, and I know this because of contracts and stuff. Your name has to be on the deed. Your name has to be on mortgage or something like that to actually have that house. So all of the stuff that they're saying, they're like making it up.
They're over exaggerating it.
Ask them what is the name of the last black woman that said it. They will not be able to tell you because it's a lie. Black women have always basically pushed women to be pygmies.
They like to stereotype us, but they don't want to be stereotyped. If every black woman went up to a black man and said, "Do you have HIV? Have you been to jail? Are you on the down low? Do you have 5 baby mamas? Do you wash your butt crack? When was the last time you were employed? Can you read? Are you illiterate?" They would get offended if we stereotype them like that, you know?
I don't even think, honestly, when black women, like that guy that you said with the glasses, I think that instead of black women just arguing with them and stuff like that, just pull up real life statistics and don't even argue. Just say, here's the statistics that black men are the brokest men on the planet. There's no argument that you can make. These are the actual numbers. So don't even argue with them. Just throw the statistics in their face and walk away.
Girl, okay. So listen, I'm going to take the next call. All right. Thank you.
That's all I got to say.
All right. Bye.
Nice speaking with you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Okay. Hopefully this person is up. It's not too late yet. 510, boo. I'm just saying. I mean, damn, if we stereotype, what would they do? I got a lot of list of reasons to run. If it's like that. Hello?
Hello?
Hi, this is Cerebral.
Hi.
Hello.
How are you?
How are you? I'm okay. We're still live.
I'm glad.
We're still live talking about Tyler Perry.
Yes, he's full of crap.
Okay, and I have the timer on for 11 minutes. What's your opinion about what he said?
His opinion is trash. It's garbage. I'm not doing it.
You're not letting him just pay the light bill?
Hell nah. That's not realistic. No other group of men is asking their women to do that but black men.
Do you think that Tyler Perry is anti-black woman?
Yeah, I think any man that would make that type of suggestion, you hate yourself, but you also hate the women that gave birth to you. And that's a problem coming from someone like him because his father wasn't even involved in his life. The women in his life raised him. His father abandoned him. And they did the work that he didn't. And you have the audacity to tell black women that they should settle for a man that only pays the light bill. I asked my child that. My child's a teen. My child said that's a poor man. And that poor man has no business dealing with women if all you could pay is a light bill. That means you broke.
So is love enough?
There's a lot about that man.
So is love enough? Does a man's income matter, and why so?
Love don't pay no bills. Income and class matters. I don't know when they're going to wake up and figure out that it does. And I don't know why they act like it doesn't. But outside of the black community, income and class and wealth creation for future generations and other cultures, it matters. When the men in other cultures go find a wife, they're looking for a woman that got something going on for herself. They look at a woman, not just, she can look nice, but she got a degree, she can earn her own money, she can be herself. And he can build and improve what she already has. That's how marriage and men and women are supposed to function as a family unit. The black community got it all backwards.
Have you
I
ever?
grew up with two parents.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever been the breadwinner?
I haven't had a whole bunch of relationships. I just always made, a lot of money. I've only had like one or two relationships because that's just how it was, because I don't put up with nonsense from men. But I've only made more than like one person, but my other boyfriends, they made more money than me. Like 6 figures.
So, do you want to go 50-50? Do you want to work?
I'm gonna always want to make my own money, but I don't subscribe to that 50-50 nonsense.
And if you get pregnant, do you want to work when you're pregnant? And after you have children?
I already have one. If I have another one and I'm married, my child is going to, I don't mind working. I'll be working from home. And that child will have a nanny.
Okay.
And I don't mind, and I have good health care. I have a really good legal career. I'm the one that's in law school. I'm like in my 2nd year. So, yeah, no, that's how it would be if I have another child. My child's almost an adult now.
Okay.
And I've been able to give my kid a upper middle class lifestyle.
So, what yearly salary is rich to you, well off to you for a man?
You need to be making like $2 or $3 million because I live in the Bay Area, and a lot of the women here are making 6 figures and up.
Damn. Is that a lot? Is the Bay Area? Is there a certain industry? Isn't that near Silicon Valley or something?
Yeah, so Silicon Valley, like you can't even touch an apartment in Silicon Valley unless you can pay $4,000 or $5,000 a month. Even the San Francisco rents are like getting left behind with the Silicon Valley rents. Money matters. Like, I don't know what to tell people. And then the people that live in Silicon Valley in the Bay Area, they're sending their kids to the best schools.
Okay. So, do you feel that the Black American man is oppressed, and he had, because they're saying that they got to, oh, thank you, Daryl Alexander, for the donation. Give me 1 second, because he donated. You said, I have a question. If Tyler Perry said that rich men should only date and marry women on his level, would the same outcry apply, or would we support it? It's not the same. I wouldn't support it because men and women operate different. We are not the same. Y'all know we ain't the same. We will never be the same. It's never going to be the same. It's okay for a rich man to date a poorer woman. When men and women are not the same. So if he said to only date women on their level, yeah, it would probably piss off women, because a lot of women aren't rich. Plus, it's very feminine for a man to be worried about a woman's pockets. You don't need to worry about my income. I believe, like with them Islamic men believe, you don't touch your woman's salary like that. She ain't obligated to have to pay your rent and stuff like that. You're not women. You never will be, and we will never operate the same, period. So don't even try to compare it. Y'all talk about you want traditional women. A question like that shouldn't even be asked to a traditional woman. Okay, so I'm sorry. Do you feel Black men are oppressed, and how long will this oppression last?
They oppressed in their mind. They oppress themselves, and they oppress those within the Black community, because other people from other races can immigrate to this country and make a life for themselves, their families, and their people.
They say it's a conspiracy that they're getting loans from the bank and the government.
There is no conspiracy. Black folks, Black men want to sit up and complain about everything and blame everything on everybody. When somebody try to tell them things to help them along, they don't want to hear it. They just want to complain and want somebody else to do the work, but then you want to benefit off the work of other people, like with the whole Goldman Sachs thing. They're mad because Goldman Sachs is investing $20 million in Black women businesses, but they're not investing in Black men. But you guys don't want to. They see that you don't provide and do anything for your Black women, and Black women been carrying Black men since Reconstruction, and you think the white man finna give y'all some more money to go mess up? they know they're not going to get a return on their investment, when they see how black women move and operate in businesses and how fast those businesses grow and turn a profit, why would they do that? They're already feeding and clothing and housing kids that y'all abandoned. They're feeding and clothing you and housing you in jails. So the white man is tired of them. And black women need to be too. Those that stick with them, y'all can enjoy poverty. Because black folks is finna not have no money by 2050. And it's finna be the Hunger Games out here.
Yeah, the way these
recession finna hit hard next year. That recession gonna hit hard next year.
Girl, and these Hispanic men, they the ones doing all the hard work and shit. A lot of them at these jobs.
Yeah,
these Hispanic men is taking over. These Hispanic men taking over. And I'm not saying it like it's bad. I'm just saying that with the labor jobs that a lot of the black men could be working, the Hispanic men are dominating that. And some of them live together. They pour their money together. Black men ain't living with no black man. They're going to be fighting in the house, a lot of them. So.
You know, my parents own a house in San Francisco, and they have Hispanic neighbors, and they have, like, families that are coming, and they'll buy a house, and then they'll all live in a house, and each family, they'll save their money until they can go buy their own, and then the next one buy their own, then the next one buy their own until that one family is left in that house. That's how that operates. Black folks not trying to do all that. A lot of black people in San Francisco lost their homes, though, because their parents had bought their houses free and clear, but they wouldn't pay the property taxes and didn't want to whine about the white man or the Asian man or somebody else taking their house. No, you didn't pay your property taxes, or you sold it for much less than what it was worth because you wanted some fast money.
Girl, I even do see black women, though, on TikTok always saying, they getting loans. The government is giving them this. The government gave them that. They gave them a loan to start a business. They gave them this. I always hear that all the time. And it's like, I've never even met a black man in my life.
Anybody can get a loan. Anybody can get a loan, but you gotta have job history, and you gotta have good credit history. You can't have no felonies on your record. That's how you get a good loan. If your credit is not like in the 700s, you're not getting a loan for a business or a house. The loan terms and conditions for banks and business loans and home loans is very strict now. If you don't meet the income requirements, and even if you don't have an education, they not lending to you. Somebody told me that recently. I took a real estate course or something, and they said a lot of people are being denied loans because they don't have no education, because if you don't have an education, you are a high-risk borrower for not paying back the loan.
Yeah, they need to know you have everybody knows that if an Asian person starts a Chinese buffet, that shit gonna do well on average. I ain't never met a black man in my life who wanted a buffet or a restaurant. I have never seen or met one who wanted a restaurant, a service business, or a laundromat. I'm not saying they don't exist, but I ain't never come across one yet, that truly wanted to.
Even over here, even where I am now, it's like you have the Middle Eastern people. They the ones that got the Subways. They got the Mountain Mike pizzas. They got the 7-Elevens and these quick stops, them gas stations and stuff. They families own like 3 or 4 of those. They got liquor stores and stuff. They putting their kids through school. They got kids that's getting master's degrees and getting PhDs and getting engineering degrees because they serious about the generational wealth creation of their family.
And all black
the old dudes that's working, the young men that's working, the young women they all pull together and they pull each other up.
And all black men can do is get online and talk about if I'm wearing a wig or not. Like, who gives a crap, man? You ain't got nothing else to talk about besides my damn wig.
Why they worrying about you? Yeah, but why they worrying about you and your wig? They getting left behind by the other groups. The other groups ain't worrying about no damn wig. They worrying about how we gonna get this money, how we gonna build wealth for our family. Black folks be worrying about the wrong stuff, especially black men. And
exactly.
It is what it is. Black women need to love themselves more than they love those men, and they need to stop being scary and date out and marry out. You'll be happier, and you'll have more money, and you'll be healthier. And that's all I gotta say.
Well, hold on okay, well, you just gave us the solution, the black woman solution. Okay, so thank you so much.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
Bye.
I enjoy your live.
Thank you. Bye. Okay, let's see. I'm going to call next? I got all these numbers. Lord, jeez. But I took the call number down because I'm only calling three people back. No, 4 people back. Four more calls, and then I'm going to bed, y'all. I gotta go to bed. Let's see. The calls have been really good. Daryl in the chat said it's by design. Again, what you gonna do about that? What you gonna do about that? Y'all are always talking. Okay, it's by design in your mind. Okay, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna tell your women? The black women who want you. What are you telling them? What are you saying? That's why I asked the question, how long will this oppression last? Because don't no woman want to hear this for her daughter and her daughter's daughter and her daughter's daughter. No one wants to see their daughter have to go through this every generation, like a curse. So now that you feel it's by design, now what? Y'all say it's by design. How many black men do you see starting a company together on average? That's why I say y'all are not strategic enough. Y'all don't do nothing on a grand scale as men together. Y'all don't build with other black men. You don't on average. Thank you, Chicky Chick. You said the black community is the residual. The black community is the residual effects of black women settling for broke black men, non-committal, lazy, disrespecting, and selfish black men. Yeah, black women have played their role, and now you've destroyed your daughters' lives too by what you allowed because you love them. You see all the crap black men talk about y'all online, but yet you love them. You loved them not having a damn thing and still gave them punani. You still gave them children. You still housed them. You still wrote their resumes. You still put them as your love interest to this day in your music videos while they put everything not you in their video. You keep ass kissing. And the more you ass kiss, the more they keep slapping your ass. That's what abusive men do. I mean, they keep whooping your ass because they pity you. They pity you. I can keep whooping her butt, embarrassing her in public, talking about a lot of dog, blaming her wig for problems as if she ain't got hair under a fucking wig, and all of that, get my passport, say everything's better but you, and you still on TV crying about me, saying you prefer me. You ain't even got a legit reason if somebody asks. Because it's not like they poured into you in your daily life. They don't pay your rent. They don't take you shopping. They don't buy your groceries. A number of them are not, they're selfish in the bedroom with y'all. So what is it? Oh, every time you hear about racism, that activation of I must, it's just, girl. Okay. They say rejection is the greatest aphrodisiac. That's in a Madonna song. And maybe that's what's going on. Stockholm syndrome or this rejection is making you feel I must prove I'm the black woman. I'm beautiful. You are. What do you mean you don't want me? What do you mean this? Oh my God, I must convince him that he's made a grand mistake. I'm the supreme woman. I'm the original. I'm this, I'm that. This can't be true. I must convince him. He must come back home, Jeezy. He must come back. You must prove to the world that I'm glorious and worthy. I mean, you're my race of men. If you don't want me, what the hell? I must prove to you my worth. I must show you I'm of value. I must stand with you and support you, even though you keep giving me your butt to kiss. And it'll get better. If only he could just love us. It was the white man's fault. He did it. He did this. Even when they sold us off, our ancestors from Africa, it was the white man, damn it, who convinced them. It must be. He can't possibly be this fucked up on his own. But no. Oh my God, no. I must prove to this man he must come back home. I'm not saying all black women are like that, but there's a significant amount. I'm like, I ain't ass kissing to nobody, and I damn sure ain't begging. Why would you be begging if you got options and other men like you? That don't mean you don't love yourself or you don't love, excuse me, it's this drink, excuse me. It don't mean, all that other stuff. Girl, you better think about your life and your happiness. Stop ass kissing random people. Stop doing that. Get some damn dignity. Get some damn dignity. Stop responding to them on TikTok every time some raggedy ass, fucked up head looking black man with them raggedy dreadlocks come up on there talking crap about y'all, and y'all must make like 100 response videos. He don't love himself. He don't love his mommy. So what? What's there to talk about? Let him go. He ain't even cute half the time. Why do you keep worrying about it? He ain't got to like you. Let him go. Let them keep talking crap and embarrassing themselves to the whole public, and y'all stay silent and do like them Asian women and start just going. Asian women didn't have to, I mean, yeah, we talk about swirling and stuff. So what? We're women. We know that a lot of black women have issues, some of them with it. But a lot of Asian women, they just went and did it. They ain't say a damn thing. They just went on with their lives. And, you know, it's kind of funny how black men uphold the Asian woman, yet she supposedly abandoned her man. That's what people say, but yet you uplift her. But if it was the black woman trying to abandon you, oh, you this, you that. But you ain't mad at Asian women when they left Asian men. You ain't mad at that. You don't talk about them. You ain't say they was traitors to the Asian man. You uplift them and say they trophy wives and the best to get. But if the black woman do you like the Asian woman, World War III, oh, you bad wench, you're self-hating, oh, you destroyed the race. You ain't got a problem with the Asian woman doing it to her man. You ain't got a problem with women from other countries mixed with blacks saying they're not black and you still want them. But yeah, you always throw a fit when a black woman says we're mixed. What's the problem? Y'all are something mentally wrong with y'all at large. So, and it's not just the men all the time, but child, please. Okay, let me call somebody back. I said I'm calming down more. You see how good I've been compared to some of my other shows? Okay. Who I'm calling back? You can F everybody else, woman, but you don't want nobody to F with yours. It don't work like that. Same with the other races of women. You can F black men, but you don't want nobody coming to your men. Girl, please move over. Please, get out my way. Worry about your own punani. Don't worry about mine. Your man chose me. I'm just saying. Oh, thank you, Yolanda. Thank you, Yolanda. It would be great if we could all just get along. And I do believe in respect. If you go and date men from other cultures, you do need to respect his culture. If you don't like his women, that's a problem. Same way if they don't like you, that is a problem. But you got racist people everywhere and people that will love you everywhere. 347, I'm calling you back. Hello? Hi, this is Cerebral. Hi, this is Cerebral. Hello? Poquito español. You speak English? Poquito español, tú? Poquito. Do you speak English? Oh, de veras. Yo no. Okay. Mucho. Bye, babe. Bye, Poppy. Bye, Poppy. Chulo. All right, let's go to the next person. All right. Ciao. Okay. That was crazy. All right. I'm calling 281 back. A Mexican can come on here if they want to. This is not a channel that discriminates to people based on race.
Hello?
Hi, this is Cerebral.
It is a pleasure to speak to you, Cerebral.
Hello.
Buenas noches. First of all, I'm Mexican. I was going to enlighten you ladies, but the previous caller hit all the buttons. She's exactly right how Mexicans operate, and I am Mexican of Mexican descent. And I just wanted to kind of piggyback on the other women. Now, you can still ask me every question that you want about Tyler Perry. I don't think he's anti-black woman. I just think he's pro-struggling black man. That's his team. He has to share for his team. You know what I'm saying? So he can't necessarily jump ship. Did you see what I'm saying?
Okay. So he is pro-struggling black man. He identifies with the struggling black man.
Even though he does not even compare, right? But he still has to show compassion. If I had 5 fat sisters, I would shame men to date my fat sisters, even though I know that not thick girls. I'm talking about if I had 5 overweight sisters, super obese sisters, I would try to shame the man to date thick girls because I love them, but I can't give them. Just the same thing with Tyler Perry. He can't give these men financial support, emotional support. He can't do any of that. So all he can do is try to beg the black woman to go ahead and lift them up. You see what I'm saying? Because women do have, the other lady was very intriguing, the previous caller. But yeah, other women had, J.P. Morgan had given black women like $20 billion. They also have the shelters. They also have Section 8. So they're getting handouts, or I guess a helping hand in doing so. But black men don't have it, so I guess Tyler Perry is going to you to go ahead and lift them up. And to me, it makes sense. Does it make sense to you, or am I reaching?
He wants the black woman. What could we do to help broke black men? I mean, if we're footing all the bills, we're not helping them. We're just enabling them. They're not doing nothing.
You're pampering them. Yeah, you're enabling them. You're pampering them. They're never going to rise. I mean, I'm sorry, but they're never going to rise. It's really sad because in the 90s, I'm 52 years old, but in the 90s, it was a lot of black people had the job at DPS. They were your mailmen. They were UPS drivers. They had a lot of government jobs. They worked in the courthouse, all black folks. But they couldn't teach their sons and daughters anything. I mean, what is a mailman going to teach his son? Come here, son. I'm going to show you how to shove this envelope in a letterbox. No, there's nothing. But when it comes to all other cultures, the father's there to teach their son how to build. That's why, I'm sorry, but Mexicans build. That's us. You see on the freeways, architecture, even landscaping, everything. We beautify. And in my opinion, I'll say it, they destroy everything. But we beautify everything. Okay. And I'm sorry. I mean, but I'm not sorry, you know?
Okay.
This isn't an anti-black man rant. It's not. Yeah, but I'm just,
now, hold on. Calm down. Okay, I gotta ask you something.
I don't want to get on your bad side.
No. I mean, I do see the black men here and there on social media who are doctors who are trying, but they're outnumbered. They don't get the support. And the black man has to come together to support black men, and don't worry about the women. The men have to come together. So let me ask you this. Being that you're a Mexican American, would a woman would it be okay for a Mexican man to just pay a light bill at the woman he's living with, who he's married to, just paying that light bill? Is that considered disgraceful, or?
This makes no sense for a woman to pay a light bill, or for a man to only pay a light bill, what have you, whatever. It makes no sense. Men want to be 45 at the age of 19. We get the girls pregnant at a very early age. We meet our wives in high school. I know 14 guys that are married to their high school sweetheart.
Yeah, I knew a girl who got married right out of high school. The family owned a bunch of restaurants, Mexican restaurants. So.
Correct. Yes. And the reason that Mexicans, but that lady stole my thunder because I really wanted to enlighten you, but she was so intelligent. But the reason Mexicans don't have Section 8 because the system doesn't have a stranglehold on the girl. They can't go in there and say, who are you living with? Where's the man? Because immediately the daughter is taken to the family. You're living here. And we want to see the baby every day. You're living here. Here's your room. Here's your deal. And your boyfriend/husband common law is right here with you. So that's why families grow in Hispanic neighborhoods. If I were to get, let's say that me and you were teenagers, and I were to just get you pregnant, you'd be living with my mother and my father. You know, it is what it is. We're not gonna do the Section 8. The government doesn't have to be there to kick the man out. Remember how they say that?
Yeah.
Kick the man out. That doesn't happen because the government ain't going to my dad's house and saying, "I need to talk to you." No, you don't. You need to get the hell out of my house. You know, so that's what's different. Now, can black people do it? I don't know, because black people are hard to get along with. You know, these are grown men that like to scream, raise their voice, listen to rap music, filth music, death, bloodshed music in front of children. That's the part I can't stand. You know, and I wanted to make a comparison. I've been to a black barbecue, and I've listened to the music. Now, when it comes to Mexicans, it's all the men in the front. There's an ice chest, there's the barbecue pit, and there's a lot of cerveza, which is beer. Inside the house, you have the hens, which is the women. They commiserate in the living room and the kitchen. TV's on, little music, and they all commiserate and have a good time. And the children in the backyard playing on the swings or running around the yard, just having a great old time. There's a separation of us. You know, the men are outside, the women are inside, and the children in the backyard. When a woman goes and greets her husband and says, "Would you like another drink?" or whatever, or "Do you have the keys?" I don't come up and say, "Hey, how you doing, senorita?" I leave it alone because that's his woman. This ain't the club. But in a black barbecue, it's everybody. They're talking amongst each other. Men are just cussing in front of their mothers, sisters, cousins. It's just the profanity. I don't understand it, but it doesn't stop. It's like a movie from Eddie Murphy. I don't know if you've ever seen Boomerang, but I'm sure you have.
Yeah, I have.
But that movie was. Remember the table scene? I'm gonna beat it up, bang, 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 bang. And Eddie Murphy just has this look on his face like, interesting. No, it's not interesting. That is vulgar language. But for some reason, everybody got a kick out of that. That's not normal. You don't talk that way in front of family, in front of people. But for some reason, it's been normalized because. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I already know what comments are going to come. Girl, you let that Mexican man come up on there and talk about them black men like that. Listen, I'm not saying this does not apply to every black man. But let me ask you this. I'm gonna ask you some questions real quick. Tell us the truth. Do any of you Mexican men, and even the women, do you observe what's going on with black men and women, and how black men, what you see publicly on social media, talk about black women? And do y'all talk about that in private, the way black women get treated, or what you see?
First of all, we have a very beautiful fascination with black women. We think you're beautiful, and we are enlightened, and we are in love with dark-skinned black women. That's the secret nobody wants to share.
Hold on, let me say something, baby. Women. Now, here's the thing. I know this because I've had a lot of Mexican men.
Oh, okay.
I know this already. Yep. And a guy I was dating was not Mexican, but he looked Mexican. And so many Mexican women in that area was giving me the eye like they wanted to fucking stab me. They was mad, you know. So I have seen some Mexican men with black women. But, I mean, a lot of black women say they like Mexican men. They like Hispanic men. They feel you're very hardworking, you're family-oriented, and they would want to be with you. But some feel like, would they be accepted by the Mexican community? You know, are y'all, like, really anti the black woman type of thing? They don't know. They a number of them assume that.
I don't know. I mean, I never had a problem. I put everybody in check. I'm like, this is who I'm dating, and this is who I like, and this is what I like. That's it. My mother doesn't run me. You know, my mom, if she says something and I disagree, I'm going to disagree hard because she's still a woman and I got to check her. It's still machismo in me. So I know that's different from black culture. You got to respect big mom. You got to respect your mom, but don't talk to your mom like that. This is not us. We're not mama's boys. You know, I have the house. The house is paid for. I have 3 cars. We're good. I don't need you to tell me how to be a boy. I got this already. I'm already a man. We're good. You see what I'm saying? So who I date is different, but I mean, I don't know, depending. Let me share something with you because you made a comment, so I'd like to just, you know, give you that. The reason that you had mentioned that a lot of Hispanics don't like black folks, I'm going to open your eyes, okay?
Don't like black what?
We grew up with you.
I didn't say they don't like. I'm not saying they all don't like. I think it depends on the area. Right. I think it depends on the area. I heard it's pretty bad in California. I don't know, but really you know. Yeah. I know Mexican men like some black women. A number of them have liked me, but I have seen racism too, a lot from the women more than the men. And you know, I've known black girls are interested in Mexican guys, but they think that Mexican men, some of them might be, the family might not want them in the house or something. I'm not saying it's like this all the time, but a lot of black girls are interested in other men of color. but feel like, is there too much anti-blackness and all this stuff? I don't know. So you
I
tell
don't know.
us.
I guess we let I guess we let entertainment take a toll on how we think. Because when you see every commercial, it's an interracial relationship, and everybody just there's got to be a black man. If it's a furniture being sold, black man. If it's a doctor being suggested, black and a white couple, and now they're putting, black and browns together, black man, Hispanic girl. So we just, as far as I'm gonna speak for me, when I had a problem pursuing black women, it was because I always thought she just wants her black man, so I'm just gonna make her feel at home, talk to her, be nice. But the thing with black women, and maybe I'm veering, but just follow me as I take your hand and lead you here. Black women are safe space. What I mean by that is that the reason that guy had told that woman, "I would F the ish out of you," he would never say that to an Asian girl.
Oh, hell no.
Put that in perspective. So you see what I'm saying? Okay. But he would never say that. But why did he say that to her? Well, because she's black. That's it. She's an American black girl raised by black culture. She was Kevin Hart, Richard Pryor, Eddie Murphy. Then there's rap music, which is what Lil Wayne. All those. And we go way back. We'll go to True Life Crew, NWA. Eazy-E when he was doing his solo album. I mean, it was disgusting. So that's why. And I had to catch myself, and I will blame myself because when I talk to white women or Hispanic women, I don't talk that way. But when I talk to black women, for some reason, there I am, man, that fool crazy, that motherfucker, and I'm talking about, and I'm just taking it there, and they would laugh. What you have to do, I guess, as a collective, you'll have to start checking your man. Say, man, don't talk to me like that. No, don't talk to me like that. And I know they're gonna say, do you think you're prissy?
Oh yeah, they say you think you're bougie and all this. I'm like, no, it's about respect. I'm not tolerating it, baby. You don't disrespect me. But they think, and the crazy thing is that if it was another race, a man saying that, oh, he just wants you for your punani, he's just racist. But yet you are treating me exactly what you say another race, the man would treat me, and he's racist. But you're doing the same thing because you are the one with the issue about black women, and we have to demand respect. And I feel like the world is watching what we are allowing as black women too. And, I have to say though, I don't need the way you said you spoke to black women. I like a man, just be yourself. I don't want to be stereotyped. Like, don't come up to me talking to me like some hip hop person, or you think that I'm into that. I'm a woman, and don't assume we're not looking at you, because a lot of black women don't talk about it, but we be looking if we think you cute. But black women be assuming some of y'all don't like black women, which you shouldn't assume. But, they think that because if I don't see a lot of these relationships, they think, oh, they must not, be into black women. Child, please. A man know a fine woman when he see one, please. They do.
Yeah. For the record, I stopped talking that way. I even, when I would go on dates, I would say, I'm going to apologize up front. I used to talk to women and say the punchline of every, Richard Pryor, Martin Lawrence kind of Def Comedy Jam kind of thing. And I had to stop, but I think black women are lost. To be honest, they're lost. They want their black man, and so they have to behave thusly. They have to be gangster. They have to have tattoos. They want to emulate him, thinking that he will be with her. But they don't like that. They're like, no, I want to go over here. To me, it's just, they follow the culture that was fun. They know every dance. They know every song, every rap song. There is no Anita Baker. There is no Shawnee. There is no Toni Braxton. They're gone. So now these artists, I've even heard a soft ballad, and she still says the N-word in it. It's all about beating it up.
Yeah, I'm sick of it. This is not a good image for us. Yeah. This is not a good image for us. Bring back Toni Braxton, who I love. And
I love her too. I ain't gonna lie.
I have said that in the past, that the same thing that black women are doing, they complain about. Like black men with Lil Wayne got all those tattoos. Black women never used to have tattoos like what you see now. No, they didn't. It started with Lil Wayne, and then they started tatting themselves up, following behind black men. Black women didn't get neck tattoos, but now they do. Everything he does, they keep copying. And they keep saying, just like you said, we don't like that, but they're acting like you, a number of them. Yeah. Make it make sense.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I know.
Let me ask you one question. I got 2 more people to call. Do you feel that your woman has to work while she's pregnant?
No, I have a baby. No, she doesn't have to work. She's not even working right now, and I'm okay with that.
Okay,
It's unacceptable
so
right now.
go ahead.
What the black people are listening for, it's uncalled for. It's unheard of. I'll put it like that. It's unheard of. I can't believe that. They want you to go half. They want you to go half on everything. I mean, we're talking about a race of men that are famous for not tipping in restaurants. They don't want to pay. If a black man were to go home and say, no, we're not going to live on Section 8, you're coming home with me, and he gives his money rent, he gives his mom rent, which is, let's say just a nice average $200 a week, right? And his mom buys a car, he'll feel some type of way, which he shouldn't. You're paying rent. Your landlord would be buying a car right now if you were paying rent. But for some reason, I'm not saying all black men, but I knew a guy. He was pissed off that he was giving his mother rent to live there, and she bought a car. And I'm like, it's her house, it's her money, bro. So they'd rather leave the house, leave the child, leave the family, and just leave the woman to fend for herself. It's really sad. It's extremely sad. As opposed to Mexicans, where like, you're gonna come here, you're going to live here. We're gonna make this is gonna be my empire, and you're going to be my lady, and we're going to make a family starting now. That's the difference. That's the difference. And I said, that lady stole my thunder. Sorry, go ahead.
This is very common for the Mexican culture, for the man to be the head and the leader and the provider.
Mm-hmm. Yes, very, very common. Yeah, if a man. Now, what we don't do, which we should, when a man leaves his kid, I guess he wasn't worth being with, but it's a big problem. But we don't shame the man. We should start, but we don't shame the man. If he leaves his wife and his kid, I think you know why? Because she's always there's some guy ready to scoop her right on up. I heard you're single.
So do the Mexican American women, they don't believe in child support?
I believe some do, but it's really difficult to get away from the husband. I believe some do get child support, but because of the help of the family, it's just, hey, come over, the kid needs diapers. Real simple.
Now I'm gonna tell you something that someone said to me, and I'm not saying it's true, but it's the last thing.
Right.
I've always found a lot of Hispanic men to be very attractive, but I knew a lady who said, don't date them because they're going to whoop your ass because, the machismo thing and, wife beaters. Is that very common in your community?
I will tell you, in my youth, I'll put it to you like this, and I'll tell you two things. If I would have had a baby at the age of 19, that would have been me. Giving a gun to my son and aiming it at the camera, talking about, yeah, here's the gang signs. But I'm mature now, and my son is 10 years old. I had him when I was 42 years old. And he, rap, everything. He's a good reader, all that. Just speak 2 languages, all that good stuff. Did I beat my ex-girlfriend? Of course I did. I'm not going to lie.
You beat up your ex-girlfriend?
Ex-girlfriend. I'm not going to lie. The machismo is there. You have to mature. You have to be ready to date. You can't put your hands on a woman. I'm talking about, don't get me wrong, I didn't get away with it. It was police cars all the time. Okay? Police cars all the time. I had to just stop. It was actually manosphere. Believe it or not, it was actually manosphere. The name, I know you hate it, or the red pill, but they say if you hit your wife or get mad, you are a simp. And that shame was needed because they're right. If my woman were to do something right now, I will not be angry on that stuff. I'm going to move on and get better, or just better myself. Either get a better woman or better myself. But better is the root word. Yes, I used to. She was a white girl, and she loved the streets, and I tried to tame her, and I couldn't. I could not tame her.
So you thought giving an ass whooping was going to help her?
Right, because I was younger, because I was, 19, 23. I thought that was what, I figured, come on, it's a frustration built. It's almost like a failure. I'm your man. Why do you have to keep going over? This is before any social media. She wanted to get the like button just by walking out and wearing this and wearing that, and I just didn't like it. And so, like I said, and then when the relationship is dying, you feel like a failure because you are so used to earning and building something and seeing what you built and working and seeing and watching whatever you have working on, watching it grow. And then you take that home, which is your relationship, and it's dwindling, and you just get so furious.
Okay.
See?
All right. Well, listen.
As opposed to other coaches, yes.
I'm going to take the next call. I'm too tired now because I've been talking for 4 hours to really go in. I mean, people make mistakes. Yeah. People do ass whoop. I don't condone it. Y'all know I don't like that. I don't like no man whooping no girl's ass. You admitted that you have been physical before and you no longer act like that. I definitely would hope you would never try to whoop another girl's ass again. But that is not cool. No man whooping no girl's ass. Period.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree. And the reason I brought it up is better than me being a liar and just feeding you this. No, I'm not going to do that. And like I said, you have to grow inside. You have to grow and mature. And you have to tell yourself, you know what? You mean, listen to me. Do I sound like I have a hard time circling talking to women? No, I do not. I enjoyed dating other women, especially when I started dating all types of races of women. I mean, it's good to grow and blossom as a man, because you get to hear all these stories and meet a lot of interesting people, and then fall in love once a week. Going on a date and everything was a success. It was nice.
Okay. Thank you, baby.
Yeah.
Thank you. Bye.
It was a pleasure. Absolute pleasure.
Thank you. Here's the thing. I'm looking in this chat. I ain't never said a man not black can't whoop your ass. Now, I ain't never tell you that. I told you men are still men. I told you that you stand a higher chance of getting married if you want to get married with men from other cultures. I didn't say you would have perfection. I didn't say you can't argue. I didn't say some of them. I have said multiple times in the past videos, yeah, you can't date the dusties from these groups either. Avoid them. Avoid them in your race and avoid them in other races too. Period. Yeah, all men could whoop your ass, rich, broke, poor, whatever. Any race. Don't deal with it, period. So be careful. Don't put up with no bullshit just because a man is not black and all of that. Because you do have some of them out here targeting black women, I think. You have some of that happening. And you got to be careful because they see what's going on. But, don't discourage black women from dating interracially because black men be whooping your asses too. So just try not to be with a man who's whooping your ass no matter what race he is. Period. Okay? That's why I asked him the question because I did hear. Well, actually, I used to hear that about Puerto Rican men, that they like to whoop women's asses. But I don't know how accurate that is. I mean, any man can whoop your ass. But I heard it was prevalent with a lot of them Puerto Rican men. Even though he Mexican, but still, the machismo thing, he even said he had machismo in him. So that's why I asked. I'm not saying it's true for all the Puerto Rican men. But, okay. I don't know if I have the right number. I don't know if it's 949 or 954. So, okay, I see it. This is the last call of the night. And then I'm going to bed, y'all. Okay. Let's see if they're still up. I appreciate his honesty, though, about his past.
Hello?
Hi, this is Cerebral.
Oh, shoot. One moment, please.
Okay.
I'm going to put you on speaker. Is that okay? I put you on speaker?
Hopefully I'll be able to hear you because that's caused issues.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, let's get into it.
Girl,
Beautiful.
Thank you. What's your opinion about, Tyler Perry and stuff? Do you think he's anti-black women? Can your man only pay the light bill?
He is anti-black women, even though he portrays a black woman in drag that's ratchet, loud, ghetto, overweight, everything that black men say that they do not want. Yes, he's a straight buffoon. No, I'm not dealing with a man that can only pay a light bill. Why is he pretending as if it's okay for black women to take that? Why? Because black women have been the cornerstone. And I don't care how many black men get up and say what they've done and everything. No, that's unacceptable. But he wants us to accept, let's say, roaches.
Yes. So, income matters. Is love enough?
No, love isn't enough because if love was, guess what? The other person will love you enough to step up their game. We're living in, what year are we in? 2023? Lord have mercy. We're almost in 2024. online classes. There are a lot of jobs that will give you paid training. There's no excuse. You could start your own business. This is the best time to start your own business. Being a black man, they could get financial aid. They could go to school. Matter of fact, if they're locked up, guess what they can do? This is a shock, right? They could go to school for free. They get free health care, dental, education. They could get degrees while we're out here working. Oh, 3 meals and a cot. They don't have to pay cable or internet bill or a cell phone bill. Mm-hmm.
It's amazing.
That's lovely for them. It is. I mean, so what are we doing wrong? And we have to pay off all these student loans, raise the kids, put something on our hip, and get back to business.
Girl. So, have you ever been the breadwinner?
No, I haven't. And once I saw it going that way, we departed ways.
If you are in a relationship or getting one, do you want to work? And if you are pregnant or have kids, if you do you want to work?
I would work part-time, and I did. I'm married now. When I had gotten pregnant, I was working while I was pregnant because I was an idiot. I was with an idiot. But you know what? You live, you learn. I would say no, a woman shouldn't. But you know, when I was working, it was like part-time. I always stayed in school, continued to advance myself, educate myself. Any woman, I'm going to say right now, with the economy, no, you shouldn't. I would definitely not do that. My husband, he doesn't even want me to work. And, you know,
Okay.
I'm the type of woman, I still need my own money just because I stand on my own too, regardless if he's here or if he's not. But he's like, no, you don't have to. And $200,000 is good enough for me.
Okay, I was about to ask you that. So 200,000. Okay. So
Yes.
do you feel like Black men are oppressed? And if so, how long will this oppression last?
No, they're not oppressed. They're using this as a scapegoat. They want to escape the reality of dealing with life. Even though Black women have grown up in the same environment, even worse, they want to put themselves as always been the victim. They need to get up, realize, no, I'm not, get out of that victim mentality and get themselves together. And Black men, the older Black men, aren't telling the younger Black men to get it together. That's the problem. They have their mamas, their aunties, their sisters. Every female is telling a Black man to get it together. It's something, I think it's like in the Bible, the men are to teach the men and the boys. The women are to teach the women with the right head on their shoulders, not coming from a dumb aspect. And that's a major issue with the Black community. You're to not cook and be with somebody who you're just dating. You're to do that for your husband. There's a difference. Men, stop being boys. They want to be boys, not men.
Okay, I'm listening.
And it's the truth.
Well, what do you think when the Black men say that the Black women, it's the Black woman's fault because y'all, had all these damn kids out of wedlock with men, and you didn't get married and you now ruined everything beyond repair?
Once again, that's another escapism technique. Don't worry about what the woman's doing. Get up and get yourself together. That Black woman, what happened in her life? Was she married? Did the man die? Was she essayed as a child and she's still dealing with trauma? See, they don't want to never address that. There's always a root to the problem, and they don't want to address the root. They just want to address the outcome and call us all types of names. very profane names, and it's not right. So you don't want to accept it, but it's the truth.
Okay. So what is the black woman's solution?
Get away from them. Do what you have to do for yourself and get away from them. Run. Take off Jordans, flip-flops, heels, whatever you have on your feet, and run. Like Armageddon about to hit. Like there's an asteroid coming from the sky. That's how fast they need to run. Because they're not going to get it together. This is the truth. I've been black all my life.
Okay. So, listen, I thank you for your call. Thank you so much, all right?
Thank you, Cerebral.
Thank you.
Have a blessed night.
Bye. You too. Bye. Okay, y'all. So that is the last call of the night. And what I want y'all to do real quick is get those likes up while I play my little commercial, while y'all get the likes up, okay? All right. Thank you so much for Autumn. Was it Autumn, baby? Okay, thank you, Autumn. All right, and thank you all for joining me. We had a lot of calls from around the country, different opinions, some shocking things we heard, all types of people calling in, and I appreciate every call. And I thank you for joining me. If you are new, make sure that you hit the bell when you click subscribe so you know when I post. Check out my community section. Check out my shorts section, my live videos. I love a live call-in show like tonight. Okay. And if you missed this one, baby, come back to the next one. Okay. Sometimes I'll post in the community section the same day I plan on doing a live call-in show, or what day, and all of that. And a lot of times I often pop up too with just a live call-in, but a lot of times it might be 1 p.m. or 6 or 6:30 p.m. Every now and again, I have done a late night live, but a lot of times it's like a good portion, like 6:30. Just, you got to be on the lookout. So make sure you like, share, and subscribe again. Thank you all so much, and you have a good night. And if you want to email me any stories, my email is right there and in the description box. And if you would like to donate to my Cash App to support your girl, thank you. And thank you, everybody. Or super chat a question.